Hey, very good morning, everybody. You are looking live at the fabulous Q Club Leicester. It is just gone 10 a.m. on your Saturday morning, and we are ready for day number 2 of the Women's Pro Cup. Here's what you can look forward to on the stream table this morning. Megan Proctor and Amy Price get us underway here at 10 o'clock in our first match. Kim Beresford and Daljit Shahal is the second half of this group. Winner will play winner this evening. Sarah Waite and Lauren Proctor will then go into group number 6, followed by Sophie Gibbs-Nichols and Shelby Campbell. Leanne Cragg and Zoe Griffiths are in group 7 alongside Chloe Smithies and Selena Gublin, and then Amy Beecham and Kirsty Shepherd are in group number 8. One match missing off that schedule because it couldn't quite fit in. We've got so much to show you. Is Adrienne Flitcroft-Hurst and Alicia Potter. That match will come up at around about 3:15. Format remains the same as yesterday if you were with us. If you weren't, this is a race to 6, 30 minutes on the match clock. It's a race to 6 or zeros on the clock, whichever comes first. Megan Proctor versus Amy Price first up this morning. And this is a pretty nasty draw for the pair of these two players. Two really good players in their own right. And I think both of them could have had far easier first round matches, as Amy Price breaks us off on day 2 of the competition and breaks us off beautifully as well. And she will really fancy these ones to kick us off today. It's Stephen Jameson with you on the commentary today, alongside former world finalist Tony Holgate. Good morning, Mr. Tony. That bright beaming smile is exactly what I wanted to see first thing on my Saturday morning. I tell you what, these yellows might have been what Amy Price really wanted to see first thing on her Saturday morning, and yet, in trying to get cheeky and nick a little bit of angle, she's played it straight into the jaw. The Meg to the table first.
Good morning, JMO. And yes, what a sort of titanic battle to start us off this morning. You would never have put these two together in this early round, but Amy unseeded coming over, so she can draw anybody. And I'll tell you what, I was at the Players' Championship a couple of weeks ago, and she ended Amy Beecham's hopes there. So that just tells you everything you need to know about Amy Price. One of the best players, but also Megan Proctor, an absolute superstar in the women's game.
Yeah, and first thing on a Saturday morning can go one of two ways. Some people really are early birds and they do prefer to be up and at 'em early, get the work done and sort of settle into the rest of the day. Some people do not like playing first thing on a morning. I know which camp you fell into, Mr. Holgate, but I wonder if Megan is perhaps in the opposite one.
Yeah, to be fair, both of them looked bright and breezy this morning, and yeah, I wasn't over enamoured with having to play at sort of 9s and 10s. Generally because you play matches sort of quite late the night before as well.
Yeah, these two at least didn't have to cope with that.
And then on the way back to the hotel, fall into a nightclub on the way till about 5 in the morning, and then yeah. But no, they look very fresh this morning, I have to say, and you'd expect them to. When they saw the draw, both of them probably went, oh, really?
But it also impacts your preparation. You're right, these two have known about this match for a little while. They'll have known they were in the 10 a.m. slot, and that therefore informed what they had to do. And Megan's come up okay here.
Played a decent shot there to come through that gap.
Yeah, really nicely. And I think she can connect these two yellows nicely up as well.
It really will be the ultimate punishment if Megan gets these after that miss from Amy Price into the middle. But she's come up a bit short here.
Oh, not just a bit short.
Yeah, well, the cue ball's now going straight into those two reds near the middle bag. She cannot avoid them. She plays his cut.
And she can't even save herself with the double either, which might have been a plan B into either pocket you might attempt it into. Yeah, right middle and right bottom are both out of action. Tough finish now.
Trusting to a lot of luck here with the cue ball. Well, we've gone into the reds, and where we're going to finish, we're going to
How's
be
your luck?
snookered.
Not in.
Nope.
Yeah, that was essentially exactly that. She knew she was making the pot. She also knew that she was entirely trusting herself to the break of the balls as to whether she'd be on this 8-ball.
Yeah, I just saw Amy in the background there sort of shuffling her seat as in anticipation that she could get a go at these reds. And she's going to get ball in hand as well on these reds, is Amy Price. And out of the chair she comes. So it would be a bit of a relief for Amy after missing that yellow into the centre, the ball that she would knock in her sleep. But it is the first frame, and it is the first match of the day. The 10 a.m. start, so you can be forgiven for the odd mistake here and there. I don't know if Amy was played out and left it too short or actually gone too far. Either way, she's having to take this long red now into the corner, so this is the tester. Missed it. Well, it's not going to come back in, is it? I say missed it by a fair distance. Has she covered that pocket? Is there a gap for Megan? I think it will go that black, but it's going to be awfully tight now. Another look. And that was a long way away from the pocket there for Amy. That is a brilliant black ball. Absolute class, because she had half a pocket there, Megan Proctor.
Wasn't it just? Flies in the 8-ball.
Yeah, but it was clean. I mean, you'd expect to sort of maybe scrape the jaw or clip the red there. I mean, that was a really, really tight shot. Look how clean that was.
That's brilliant.
Great shot.
And if she didn't know it already, she will do now. Amy Price is in a game. One of the things that Amy will be learning and have to learn this year, her first year on the Pro Series, is that she can't get away with as much as she might have done before. She was all conquering last year on the Women's Challenger Series. She finished in the #1 slot by a long way, won 2 events, and absolutely ready-made to come up and join the Pro Series. But when you play some of the big guns, and Megan is one of those, she's been to, I think, 4 or 5 finals at this point, so she knows how to run deep in this competition, and these competitions against the best players in the world. When you run into a player like Meg, if you make mistakes, and she is liable to cash in on them. Front ball break for Megan Proctor, who looks sharp. And I thought she looked sharp in frame 1. She just played a slightly false shot with her final positional shot, but it wasn't. It's tough to say it was badly executed because the line was good. It was just short of a bit of pace, and I'm loath to sort of really say that means she doesn't look sharp this morning, if you know what I mean. Played a good finish other than that. And obviously flies in a great 8-ball as well, which should give her plenty of confidence. Looking at these reds to kick us off in frame number 2. Ooh, she wants to be on that red to bottom right. Is she awkward on that one? She may have to play the red to bottom left now. I'm certain she wanted to be on the one to bottom right, but maybe this was always plan A.
Yeah, she's a very clever player, Megan Proctor. It's not all just about potting, and she has a very nice cue action.
Which is a very, very good single ball potter, one of the best on the tour.
As we saw with the black ball.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
I remember that season she got, I mean, she must have made 3 finals in a row and didn't win any of them.
I think she genuinely made 3 in a row, yeah. It was 2 finals on one weekend. I think she had one the previous event before that as well. But when she cues like this, she looks the business, Megan Proctor.
More than capable of winning any event.
She is a last woman standing winner. She's also the reigning mixed pairs champion, won that tournament with Liam White in the winter last year. And whilst I know Meg takes a great deal of pride in those two titles, she also knows, similar to Josh Kane in the Men's Pro Series, who's also won the last man standing in the Pairs Cup, she also knows that those aren't the ones she really wants. She would love a series, she'd love one of these big tournaments.
Yeah, I'm sure she'd be thinking, a Pro Cup would look nice on my mantelpiece at home.
Yeah, quarter extension there, timer asleep at the wheel. Megan looks unfazed. And to be honest, I should say, what with the... Obviously we lost at the end of last season, Marion Jude and Kirsty Lee Davies, two of the very, very top players in the game. And, you know, I think if you're Megan Proctor, you're thinking, right, that's two sharks out of the water. Here's my chance to get myself into that winner's circle. I might have just made it a little bit less crowded. Not happened so far. Small sample size, true enough. Maybe this is the weekend for the Meg. All on this red then.
Yeah, sadly for Megan, all she could do is land at this side of the red, which obviously is a tough pot anyway, but it's also, you've got to get the cue ball back onto the rail and back out again, and when you play this shot it's going to be very hard not to contact that yellow as well.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. She's judged that so well, you know, Tony.
Yeah. Never thought for one second she'd roll it in. I thought it looked a little bit like you'd slide off the yellow and go behind it, but no, she's played that really well.
Confidently straight down on the 8.
Well.
Did not see that coming.
No. After all the pots she's pulled out and the black that she knocked in the previous frame, you'd have had your house on that one to go in. This is by a long way as well.
I just wonder, and you know, I noted it as she did it, I just wonder if she's a bit quick on it.
Possibly.
She's been sort of deliberately very, very composed and very steady so far in her action this morning, and I do just wonder, straight down on that 8 ball, she needed a bit more time just to sort of settle into the shot. Almost. Those
sort of cut shots where they're sort of a blind shot, so you're looking at the black ball and the pocket's over there, so it's not right in your vision. You sort of, now then you can get down on them and you think, I'm not quite right on this, but don't get back up and readjust. You think, I know, I'll just move my Q-tip slightly to the left and this will, you know, balance it out, and it doesn't. And I just wonder if that was the case, that she thought, well, it's okay, I'll just move slightly and I'll pot this, rather than get back up, readdress the shot. But anyway, that is, by the way, Amy Price now with a great opportunity here to level up in this match.
Yeah, it's a gift really for Amy Price. Could say the previous frame was as well, didn't take advantage of that, but will do here, no mistake. This for 1-1. Nicely done from Amy, who levels the scores, and hopefully that will settle her into the match a touch. Both of these players will be in action in 2 weeks' time, as well as the Ultimate Pool Series returns. Cannot wait for this. So many brilliant moments from last weekend in Wigan, which was about 6 weeks or so ago now. And a chance for all those players right there to try and retain their trophies in Bolton. It will not be easy. Looking forward to watching them try. You can watch all the best action here on the Ultimate Pool YouTube channel on our live membership called Ultimate Pool Live Members. Oh, this might be a minute. I tell you what, I don't think yellows are bad. You've got to be yellows, but I don't think they're too bad. I think you can 3-ball plant the yellow behind the 8-ball.
Yeah, yellow's definitely the best colour. And there's multiple ways you can get that black ball away from those two yellows. One of them you just suggested. There's also a couple more. You can get flat on the yellow that's away from the black, and the other yellow you can play off it. You can play with, use your keyboard to spin into it. You can even use a yellow that's on the black spot, if you like, on the snooker table and go into it that way.
What I quite like though about it's tricky, don't get me wrong, it's a bit fiddly. I think Megan's going to look to play yellow off yellow to move the 8-ball. What can go wrong with that is if the 8-ball goes into a slightly awkward position, slightly up the rail where it's maybe blocked a little bit by the red.
I don't think you can get up the rail. If you look at the angle, if she does play that shot,
You think it'll bounce out into the middle?
I think the yellow sort of goes cushion first and it pushes the black ball sort of more central. You can't really push it towards that red that's on the cushion. Doesn't have that angle. But she's not in a great spot here. She wanted to be just slightly above this other yellow so she could maybe see that and play the other shot or lower. So I think she's got herself into a little bit of a pickle here. Might have to play a plant. She is playing a plant, and she gets a plant, and that's made things a whole lot worse now.
Oh, I didn't love that.
She's trying to play the plant and have the second yellow stay pretty much where the first one was, but just going to roll into these now and try and develop. Well, she did knock them into a plant, and then the cue ball's come off the rail and hit the other yellow and knocked it out of a straight plant once again. Really good shot there from Amy. Easy to get out of though, but still nice control by Amy Price. It's always going to be a big target for Megan Proctor to aim at, and there's never any chance of getting ball in hand, but Amy Price had to contain her. And at least for Amy Price to say that other yellow now that's loose up the table is stuck to a red, so it is very awkward to get to. I don't mind Amy to see Amy playing off this red and send a cue ball into the black and those two yellows. Do you know what? I'd have done that firm, knock them out into the open with that yellow at the top of the table. I think Amy Price could have afforded to give those a bit of a roll of the dice, if you like, because it's not really changed the landscape too much, that shot. Yes, she's got a red out into the open. Wow, that was close. Did it hit the cushion? Just. Referee Dean Winter come around just to double check, but I think Megan Proctor's heart was in her mouth then if she hit that. Just feathered the rail. She wasn't planning on missing that, and she's put her hand up in apology because it actually worked out quite nicely for Amy Price. Just took her eye off that one. And that was always going to be the first thing for Megan Proctor to do, get that troublesome yellow into the open. Not only that, she's pushed it down with the other two as well. Probably preferred it not to be stuck to the rail, but Megan looking a whole lot stronger now in this frame than she was a couple of shots ago. I think Amy really should be looking to try and play these two reds, plant them down the table and trying to even if you just put the reds there in the way of a couple of the yellows, just to be a nuisance. Don't leave those three yellows on their own for Megan Proctor. Again, it shouldn't be a problem for Megan to hit a yellow out of this snooker. I think with three balls together, there's always a chance of potting one of these as well.
It's a tough spot for Amy to be in here. How on earth do you win this frame from here?
You have to get a red down into that cluster of yellows, just to, like I just said before, as an obstruction, just to do something down there, because you cannot leave these yellows on their own there with that black ball, because at some point Megan's going to knock them in the open.
It's a good shot. In terms of
It is, and
plugging
it isn't.
Amy up, yeah, I know what you're about to say, because it's made those yellows a little bit more awkward now. But in terms of what Amy's got to do next, it's a good shot from Meg.
But it gives Amy a little bit of breathing space now, because now for Megan to win the frame, she's got to bring those yellows out again. In the meantime, Amy must really look to try and get a red down there into that corner. Just hit the loose yellow, means send the cue ball sort of towards the two that are stuck together.
And already we've got 11 minutes in this match left. Big frame, this one. I'd maybe go as far to say big frame.
I would have been happy to just make it play that a bit firmer, just try and kick one of these two yellows out while they're stuck there. Amy could double one of these reds down now. The one that's centering the table, she could double it off the top rail and back down to this corner. That's bad. Now then, this is a chance now for Megan Proctor to open these yellows up. She plays this loose one into the two. She can actually, if they're stuck together, you could actually push the one over the bag into the pocket. Just a little too defensive for my liking now. We could go game here. Yellow to the right of the black. If you play half ball, send a cue ball into the black ball, knock the yellow down the rail that's stuck to the black into the pocket and land on the other one in the middle.
You make it sound so easy.
If she'd played that thin,
Yeah,
cue ball goes into the black. It's a straight plant. incredible because when I looked at the order of play today in my hotel room, so what we had coming up, I thought, wow, what a game to start with. This could be all sorts of scores.
Yeah.
Never dreamt this.
To be fair to the pair of them, this third frame, the balls have really dictated that, and that's sometimes the game.
I'm not blaming the players.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that's the frame, but
it's how it goes sometimes.
It's like looking at, say, I don't know, Liverpool against Man United, and you think, well, there could be a host of goals here, and it ends up being a tactical battle instead, and that's what we've kind of got today. I think Megan should have opened these yells up earlier, I really do, because... And I also think Amy should have put a red down the bottom of the table, because all Amy's been doing is just firing at the reds at the top of the table. She brought one down. Yeah. She could really, flip the coin on this frame.
I think Amy's decided enough's enough. I think she wants to go for it. It's a lovely pot to the top of the table. She's decided, I think, that her best strategy in this match, in this battle particularly, is to get the cue ball at the top of the table. And I think that's one facet of it, but I think the most important thing is to get a red at the bottom of the table. Because if she did, for example, Megan wouldn't be able to play a shot like that. Whistles in the reds. I think Amy's decided enough's enough, and she's going for this come hell or high water.
Well, there's nowhere to play safe now, so wrong angle.
She comes so far down that she can actually go off the top rail.
A lot of power required in this shot, because it's not like it's a thin pot into the middle. It needs to be forced in.
She has got a lot of cue power. I think she's just settled. Well, I think she's tried to come down for the double, actually.
I mean, can she cross double that into the bottom right? Yes, it's possible. The cue ball might come back and stop the black, though. Not playing it. So, Megan, what do you do here? Do you sort of just tap into the ball that's over on the right and leave Amy firing at that black ball towards middle pegs? That's exactly what she's going to do. Or does Amy just tap again? There's no value in tapping this ball.
I think you got to go for it.
I do.
She's got two methods here. She either makes this 8 ball, or she waits Megan out and thinks, I think you're going to make a mistake. And that feels like the gamble she's taking. But this is the chance for Megan, I think.
How gentle is your touch if you could just flick off that one, that one that's just next to the cue ball? Well, that's ball in hand.
Oh, Megan caught by the shot clock.
I was going to say, flick off that one there, it's just underneath the black ball and just snooker, but wow. Well, what an end to this frame.
Amy rewarded for her patience. Rolls in the 8 ball and the frame comes to an end. The 15-second shot clock, a killer for Megan Proctor. And she's going to need to win this next frame. It's not all over for Meg here. Just has to reset and think about this next one. 4:48 left. She just needs to be level, remember, by the time zeros are on the clock. And we will have a decider. But all of her eggs need to be in this next frame basket. A drive break from Megan will bring Amy to the table. And that miss from Amy will bring Megan to the table, and it's still open table as well. They're not easy. With 4 minutes, Megan Proctor has to find a frame. And it'll be reds. 2 in the northwest of the table are the ones to really figure out here. I mean, there's 1 or 2 in the right side of the table as well, which aren't particularly nice.
Yeah, Megan hasn't got the time to spare either to try and outmaneuver Amy tactically. She's going to have to be a lot more forceful.
Yeah, essentially, Megan's path to winning this frame isn't by trying to tie Amy up. She's got to try and make Amy go for them and not get them, because yellows aren't easy. I think Amy thinks that she can play the plant off the yellow into the middle, which is so aggressive. At this stage of the match, 2-1 up, 3 minutes left. This is the shot you pick. No, she's played it top right, and she's nailed it. I can't help but think she's putting herself into trouble though, Tony.
Yeah, no. I thought she was just going to play the yellow that's on the right-hand rail up in towards that corner area and try and block that. That would leave a lot of work for Megan Proctor to do. Now she goes to play safe and not achieved it.
Oh, all that's done from Amy Price is take some time off the clock. That's where the good news for Amy ends, because for Megan, this is a chance.
I think that's what was in her mind. Which is, I know, I'll see how many I can pot. Because every one of them sort of 10 and 12 seconds coming off. Had to have a go there, Megan.
Well, she's asked the question of Amy Price. Yellows aren't easy. And Meg now has reds all in the open. If she gets back to the table, which there's a very good chance she will do after this next shot, she'll have 2 minutes to take us to a decider. Amy just trying to make things awkward. She's not really achieved that. All right, then, Meg, these are got to go. 1:55 and ticking. That's not bad.
Nice nudge as well.
That's even nicer. Ooh, tiny bit short. Tiny bit short. So much so, she's going to go down the bottom of the table. Don't think this was plan A. It's an excellent shot. She's going to leave herself a long 8-ball. She's a bit straight on this red. Needs to cue this well.
Tiny bit of angle.
Oh, she played a dream of a shot there. What a red that is. To make the 8-ball pretty much routine. We will get a deciding frame here, because Megan Proctor has made it 2 each. And then with 50 seconds, 53 seconds exactly on the watch, this next frame will be played, remember, in its entirety. No 6-red shootout in this tournament. So this next frame will be a straight up decider.
Yeah, it's the first one I think we've had this weekend. It's going to run out of the 30 minutes and still be playing. They will, of course, still play with the 15-second shot clock in play. There is the beautiful Q Club here in South Wigson, and that's what's on next week. The last man standing. That is going to be awesome. We've got all sorts of surprises, wild cards. We've got loads of bounties, well, 5 bounties out there, and that is only available to Ultimate Live members. So you need to go on, click on the Ultimate Pool TV stuff, get yourself your subscription, join in the fun with all of us, because not just only that, you get, of course, the tour, but all the Ultimate Pool professional events, the next gen. We've got everything. not to be missed for this coming rest of this season.
So deciding frame, and Amy Price flushes the break, but it's not an easy chance. It's not an easy chance at all. It will be yellows for Amy. She doesn't need to fly here. She needs to play quickly in the sense of it's a 15-second shot clock, but she's playing at the pace that almost seems that she wants to make it a buzzer beater.
I wonder if she'd play that yellow in the middle off the other yellow. I think it might have crept in and brought the other one out.
I think she can leave the yellow on the right.
Knock it out now.
Double.
Knock it out now off this.
That's exactly what she's played. Oh, how
no.
tough is that?
Oh.
How do you like that, Tony?
Disaster there for Amy Price.
Watch this line she's found here. That's extraordinary.
I mean, it's literally sort of shaved the side of the red and the yellow and gone into that middle bag. So Megan now with her chance.
That yellow might get awkward.
She pulled out a wonderful finish to get this match to 2-2. Can she produce once again?
Well, does that red go along the top cushion? Because if it does, I think you've got to take it now. If it doesn't, spot a bother. Or is she going to come back to it? Yeah, it does go. It does go.
Got herself very close to that corner pocket jaw. It's okay getting this, but the black's still going to be up there to get on. Well, no, it's not.
She won't get that far. And
what a chance now for Amy Price to wrap this up.
She's got one shot to play, essentially. Match clock is over. This frame will be the last frame. And that's the one shot she had to play. This
Perfect
should be
as well.
routine from here.
Left a really nice angle on this one.
Dot to dot for Amy Price to knock out Megan Proctor in the last 32 of the Women's Pro Cup. And she does it. Shake of hands from Megan Proctor. Amy Price advances into the last 16 of the Pro Cup. She will have her group final a little bit later on tonight, where she'll face the winner of our next match, which is Kim Beresford against Daljit Shahal. But an excellent performance from Amy Price in the tie of the first round, really. Two super players in her and Megan Proctor. And it's Amy who manages the margins and comes away with her win. Next up is Kim Beresford against Daljit Shahal for the right to face Amy in the last 16 tonight. Stay with us.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Welcome back, everybody. Myself, Stephen Jamieson, former world finalist Tony Holgate here with you still on your Saturday morning. And I can tell you that conversation in the break has already turned to what we're going to order from the Q Club kitchen tonight. It was that good. But as you can see, we are here live at the fabulous Q Club in Leicester, one of the finest venues up and down the land, as we go into our second match of the day. It's Kim Beresford against Daljit Shahal. So Daljit in the British Open, she ran pretty well in the plate event in particular, I think. But we are looking here at two Ultimate Pool Women's Challenger players, which I think, if you were being particularly salty and you were Megan Proctor, you'd be thinking, oh, I got stung with that draw.
Absolutely.
But great to see both Kim and Daljit here on the main arena table. Kim has been around the scene for a very, very long time. I don't know how many actual matches she's had personally out there on the table. So I'm looking forward to seeing how she gets on. Very popular member of the Women's Pool Society. And referee Sam Lamb. He's ready to get us underway. And Tony can't hear that name without thinking of tonight's menu.
Do you know what I did as well?
I knew it. I saw your eyes light up.
You said Sam Lamb, and I was nearly putting Madras at the end of it.
Oh, we do have fun, don't we?
Yeah, what's his nan called? Garlic? Anyway, while Jeno picks himself back up off the floor.
Far too early in the day for that sort of nonsense. Kim Beresford looking at these yellows. She can bump out her awkward one if she gets this one right.
Just a little bit low, but it's good enough to cause a major problem there for Shahal. Touching ball, says Sam. So we'll have to play away from this red ball. Yeah, tidy shot, get that one back out to the open. I thought for a split second there I was going to run out of time. It's going to be a brand new experience for Daljit playing in this arena.
Yeah, absolutely. First taste of the big stage and those beeps and what it can do to pool players. Important thing to remember for Daljit and for Kim and anybody else who gets out there is it is just another game. Gonna try and treat it as such in your own minds.
Tell that to the many lost souls out there over all these years. It's like the Bermuda Triangle out there. I've seen pool players come back, they went missing 50 years ago and suddenly returned.
Mumbling something about 15-second shot clocks.
Yes, that's it.
Daljit Shahal looking to survive World's End this morning. Hasn't quite got that red in behind the yellow, which is what she was looking to achieve at minimum.
Well, good chance now for Kim. She can get this yellow in at the top, get on the one into the central in the table, and she's going to be bang on it. And everything else is a formality, really. I think I drop the one in over the bag first, just to leave a natural angle, just to roll the other one in and get on the black. Won't make too much difference, but I feel it's a lot easier to control the cue ball here. And Kim just looking at the angle of the cushion. Cue ball get away a little bit. Table is very quick out there, but this will be no problem, and she can actually cue through the two reds. And nicely done. And it is Kim Beresford who has the lead.
Yeah, nicely done from Kim Beresford in the end. Picked that up nicely. After Daljit just gave her a little bit of an opening. And it didn't take much for Kim to dash in to that gap.
Beresford's a break, leading 1 frame to nil.
As you heard from our referee, and Beresford leads by a single frame to nil. And that's a lovely break. How's the leave? I don't think it's bad. Looks a little congested, but actually I think yellow sort of picked themselves apart fairly well.
Well, Kim does take the yellows. The tricky bit is the one that's actually in the middle of the table now that she's closest to start this frame, and because the other ones are in the way, she would have loved to take that first, but now she's going to have to remove the other 2 yellows to get to that. That's a great pot. As she slide up there just before the red ball that's nearest the bolt line and leave a long yellow to the bottom left. I think that's what Kim is looking at. All about the pace. She's a little bit thin there, and see, missed the pot, gone up the table. Belgium just come round to see if that's a plant into the middle of the reds. could have done with getting the cue ball out the way of that yellow. So the next shot for Daljit Shahar is going to be a very, very tough one. For the thinner cut with the red into the top, but she has left Kim Beresford with an opportunity. Well, now this is an incredibly hard shot now for Kim. Not only to have to make this yellow into the bottom left, but get the cue ball all the way back up the table for that black ball. High tariff. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, the pot on its own was a great shot.
She's actually really unlucky because if she's a little bit higher above that middle pocket, she'd have landed, I think, ish on the 8 ball. As it is,
I think she's put her hand up to apologise. She didn't go in off to,
which is crazy.
Yeah,
which is crazy. That's an unbelievable pot from Kim Beresford. And she can have a swing at this 8 ball. 6 pockets on her ass on Apollo.
I'll tell you what, he flicked off that red and that would have been very close to that middle bag. So Daljit Shahar will get another chance on these reds.
Oh, she will get another chance. She will not capitalise on that chance. And Kim Beresford, if you can make the yellow you've just made, this 8 ball is light work. It doesn't, of course, work like that. However, turns out it was light work for Kim Beresford. Two-0. And in good shape here is Kim. Looks relaxed and comfortable. And you can look like that when you're 2-0 up. Still plenty of time left in the match, but a healthy lead at this stage. Work to do for Daljit Shahar. 7 days removed then. 1 week to go until the last man standing. Tom Cousins, Chris Melling, Craig Waddingham, last year's champion Phil Harrison, and Declan the Destroyer Brennan. They are all in action. They are all hitmen, which means they carry a bounty if they are called out and beaten. There's 27 other players, including a mystery wildcard. Find out who it is next weekend, live and in living colour here at the Q Club. If you're local, cannot emphasise enough how much of a fun event it would be if you get yourself down in person. But if you aren't, you've got the best seat in the house on the Ultimate Pool YouTube channel. You will need to be an Ultimate Live member to view that event. I would recommend doing so. It'll also get you the Ultimate Pool series the weekend after as part of your very first month as a member, and every other event that Ultimate Pool do as well this year, and there are lots.
Yellow balls in play.
Daljit Shahar then has these yellows to go at, and a fairly open leave. If the 2 yellows to the bottom left of the table go independently, this is a reasonable chance for Daljit. I think they do, and she's good on it as well. I like the little route she's worked out here. I'm not sure if she was good on it, if they did go completely independently, or if it's just a bit of bad execution.
Just moved slightly off that shot there to Kim. Came up slightly early. Cues so well as does Kim. You think, you know, that she shouldn't miss a ball like that because she can pot some incredible long pots.
It's a nice shot from Dalgit.
Yeah.
But yeah, agreed. Just confirmed, by the way, that Kim Beresford was a fairly late addition to this event. She was called up to replace a pro player who dropped out, which is why we sort of wondered with the draw of this group looking particularly, should we say, weighted. It's due to be Lindsay Roberts playing in Kim Beresford's spot. Lynn's not able to be with us this weekend, which opened up a spot for Kim Beresford, and a spot that she is taking full advantage of right at this moment in time. Daljit Shahal has a positional shot to play. He needs to hit this gap. It's not a big one. She's as good as she could be on the yellow prior to it.
Yeah, I don't mind that. If you know you're going to get a shot of that yellow, just leave it there. There's no point, especially where the three balls are. It's very awkward to get around that trio of balls to get onto that yellow. I think she actually, where she left that cue ball, that she had to, if you saw where she was stroking the cue ball, she couldn't see all of that yellow. I don't think she could see the potty side. I think what she's trying to do is sort of slightly bend it around that red, and of course miss the pot, but because you put that side on the cue ball, the spin takes the cue ball in.
So Kim rolls a difficult red nicely down the rail. And just hold herself together time for Kim Beresford. I think the right shot here is the one she's taking on. Fair play to her for doing so. It was difficult off the reds, and she's got rid of it and held the cue ball. That's nicely played from Kim Beresford, who I must say has impressed me. She's looked pretty good out there this morning.
Yeah, Potty's been pretty good. Just the odd little blip here and there, but you have to say she's been good value for her lead, certainly.
I wonder if she can be today's Louise Meyer, who was parachuted into this event late as well in replacement of Mary Talbot, and ended up winning both her matches yesterday and sailing through to the quarterfinals. Kim could be that player today. She plays this well. Match for Amy Price, that's for sure.
Nicely weighted by Kim. Perfect now. And this to sort of stretch her lead to 3-0.
That's a good little finish that from Kim Beresford. He came to the table cue ball in hand and no traffic in the way, but how many times have we seen those finishes made to look more difficult? Kim Beresford getting the job done, and she goes 3-0 in front. Excellent work. Daljit getting to the stage where I think she'd just like to start in this match, get a frame under her belt and go from there.
Frame 4. Kim Beresford to break. Leading three frames to nil. Yellow balls in play. Shot clock now in play.
Not quite from Daljit Shahal. Where she's left the cue ball though is relatively safe. And just trying to manoeuvre her yellows into an advantageous position. And with a lot of confidence is Kim Beresford, and I think she can do that when she's not seeing too much evidence from her opponent that she's going to get immediately punished for any mistakes she makes. I think that frees up a player sometimes. Although I will say that's definitely not the best shot Kim's ever played. She should really get out from here. All the reds in the open. And to only be on the plant next is tough. Got the plant all wrong. So yellow squeezed by that red. Very nearly. Couldn't have come much closer. And yellows, you'd say now, are in a more advantageous position to try and win this frame. Unless... oh, if that goes in, it will ruin it. Oh, wow. And she's not on her final red, would you believe that? Be half tempted to kick at this. Just a safety from Daljit, and I don't think that is really going to help her very much in this frame. Doesn't get the bite that she would have wanted to go up the table, but still very makeable 8 ball for Kim Beresford for a 4-0 lead as we head into the final 4 minutes of the match. Oh, and she hangs it, and Daljit is going to get her first frame on the board. (3-1). And if nothing else, Daljit Shahal wins her first frame on the Ultimate Pool Arena table. Three minutes 13 to win 2 frames from previous evidence would appear very unlikely, but not impossible. Kim Beresford looking to end this match in style. She will be facing Amy Price later on this evening for a spot in the quarterfinals. Good queuing impacting that pot. Indulge it 50 seconds to win your second frame. And she should from here. May not now. Got the line, but not the pace. To be fair, I'm not sure there was a pace where that reached. So match over. Kim Beresford victorious in the Women's Pro Cup. She defeats Dalshit Shahal 3 frames to 1. And she'll advance to the last 16 where she'll take on Amy Price to go to the quarterfinals. That match coming up for you later on tonight at around about 6:45. Meantime, we move ourselves on to group number 6 of the competition, a group that features 3 pro players. Sarah Waite versus Lauren Proctor is first up, followed by Sophie Gibbs-Nichols and Shelby Campbell. Those 2 matches are coming up next.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Saving the day, handy
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching the Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Cup. We are into group number 6 of 8. And we welcome Sarah Waite and Lauren Proctor to the Pro Cup party. It's Sarah who breaks off in frame number 1. 30 minutes put back on the match clock. Race to 6. All zeros on the clock, whichever comes first. Should be a good matchup, this one. Fairly evenly matched, I would suggest. Sarah is the vastly more experienced player, but Lauren has really shown that she is capable of very impressive results already. She's had some big wins, had some great runs in tournaments. Can she put one together this weekend, I wonder? Silky Sarah with first opportunity. And she's going about these reds, and it's a decent chance, to be honest with you, on reds as well. Sarah has been a rock solid performer for a number of years now. On the international stage with England as well. It's a nice double, little bit too much action on the cue ball, but I don't think she'll mind too much. She does have a next shot. 3 fairly makeable shots as well. She can look to take out the leftermost of these reds. That's a lovely pop. And she's got still a decent opportunity. If she wants to hold the cue ball, could look to go top left next, but this feels like the right shot. Hold the cue ball on the yellow, that's perfect. Lovely shot from Sarah Waite. That was the more difficult of the options with the cue ball, at least, plus a tricky pop, but she navigated both well. And from here, she should get to the 8 ball, just needs to leave herself an angle on her final red. Come round 2 rails, 8 ball waiting in the left centre pocket. She's worked these out nicely as Sarah, and it would be a very, very impressive start. Screws across. So I wonder if she's looking at the 8 ball top left. Had options there. All about controlling the cue ball. Less is more on this particular shot. Oh, she tries to come 3 rails across. That felt like a harder way of going about it. Tony Holgate's joined us here in the commentary box, and Tony, you looked a little mystified by that choice. I felt like 2 reds out, Sarah could go right middle, then bottom left, and come round 2 for a sort of natural line to the 8 ball to left middle. Felt like she had a lot of rope on that particular shot as well to be good on it. But going the way she did, I didn't think it was a problem. I think you almost had to accept your medicine and look to go 8 ball top left there, rather than 3 rails up to the 8 ball in the left centre pocket. She's not going to be punished immediately. Lauren misses her opening yellow, but yeah, strange one from Sarah there. I thought she'd figured that finish out beautifully until I think she just got a little muddled at the end, maybe.
She only had to drop it in off 2 rails with the cue ball, and
Oh,
and if she'd have dropped in 2 rails with the cue ball, she'd have landed about here.
yeah. That's a great point. It's a fabulous double from Sarah Waite. And this 8 ball for 1-0. Out of the pocket. It's a frame she deserved to win. Played one sort of, maybe made one slightly wrong decision and played one bad shot, but other than that,
Maybe she just didn't feel the finish was spectacular enough the first time round. There's we look at this again, that's incredible.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it? Every inch of it completely has played. Sarah can bask in the glory of that one on the big screen.
Well, if I'd have got that, I'd been breakdancing out there now. Never mind, just sat there quietly, looking into the air. Oh, that's better. Yeah, I think she's probably just now shot back. Yeah, what a double. And a really good black to finish with as well. So frame number 2. Lauren Proctor to break off. Probably a little bit annoyed. Might be some venom in this after that missed pot in the first frame. But it's dry for Lauren. So Sarah wait. Doesn't have to wait to get to the table. Messy shot there from Sarah at the start of this frame.
Balls in play.
Big problem red ball top left for Lauren. And she's going to end up leaving that ball to the very end to get out by the looks of it, where the position of the cue ball is, but she's missed a pot before getting that far, so it is Sarah that's going to have a go at the yellows now.
Glare from Lauren Proctor. Sarah was looking for a little bit of sanctuary in behind that 8 ball, but she's got second prize, goodness me.
Yeah, this is not a nice position for Lauren. That's going to see ball in hand for Sarah Waite.
That's a gnarly snooker, Sarah. Well, I'm loath to say Sarah laid, but by hook or by crook, she laid it. Interesting approach here. I don't think this is going to be an attempt to go, because I think you'd have to do something about that yellow to the top left if it was. But well, she's made it. I thought she was just going to try and bump it out of that sort of area and maybe keep a safe-ish cue ball, maybe force Lauren into something. Because how do you solve that top left of the table? It's not easy. I can understand why you'd go that way around it, because if she wanted to take the yellow to top left, for example, she's then putting absolutely all of her chips on this finish. She doesn't get them, she probably loses the frame, but I don't think she can get them without getting that yellow out of the way first. She's looking to go into it now, and she's saved by missing it. pretty good safety in the end. Whereas
Yeah, I think she can.
Lauren can play this, can't she?
Yeah, play the red into the top right-hand corner. Shelly Keeble into the red. It's next to that yellow and kick it out into the open. Now, is it going to be kind? Ooh.
Played that nicely and probably deserved better from that, to be honest with you. 2 balls now, high on rails. Unkind, to say the least. You double first, you'd imagine. Oh, she could make it. My eyes deceived by the camera angle. I didn't think that was makeable. Actually, she's got herself a little bit too much angle here. Wanted some so she can track across. So much so she's going to go the other way. It's okay, hold Sarah up in the process.
I think Sarah might be obstructed by the jaw of that middle pocket to be able to get to the yellow that's over the bag. She's having a good look. And I think that's in the way. Gone for the double plant and she's made it, and that's a very good shot there from Sarah Waite.
It's a really clever shot as well, because that... Yeah, it felt like quite a high percentage shot in the end for Sarah.
She likes doubles.
Oh yeah?
I'm not on about vodka and gin and those sort of doubles. I'm on about doubles on the pool table, the way you looked at me then.
Well, I assume so.
Yeah, we saw that classy length of the table rifled in earlier, and then that was a more measured, calculated shot that Sarah played, and just needs to play this now plain ball into the corner. Cue ball come directly across back to that side of the table again. It's going to hang there. Well, Lauren Proctor gets a look at this last red, but my word, for me there's no point in trying to smash this in and get on the black. I think you run this in and possibly play the loss of turn.
Won't get that far.
But has the cue ball gone far enough that she can't see the one over the pocket? If it has, then Lauren might have just a glimmer of hope still in this frame.
Wonder if Sarah can play a similar sort of shot to the one that she just played, where she can play off the yellow and into the one over the hole.
tight. I don't know if it got that far. I think it might just missed that ball.
Oh, to what she played, and you can't get any closer than that. The issue is if Lauren can make this red,
you can definitely see all of it.
yeah. Well, the yellow is basically in the pocket, so as a combo, it's more makeable than it was.
As long as she leaves some sort of angle on that black ball, you can play the loss of turn, you can play the double. Didn't really want to nudge into that yellow. Oh.
I think she makes this. I'm wrong.
It's not been the first time either. So Sarah Waite, eyeing up the yellow to the top left-hand corner. I would suggest to dig this a bit. This is another one where Kubel can get away, and it will be sailing quite close to that top right-hand corner if you don't dig it enough. And she did dig it, but she's missed the pot. Now, where's the yellow going? Is it going to block Lauren? No, it's not. So Lauren Proctor on the 8 ball, bottom left corner to level the match. They've both had chances in this frame. Is this going to be the one that seals it? Yes, it is. Lauren 1-1 with Sarah Waite.
And on the boards, not before time, just a shade under quarter of an hour remaining in this match, beyond the halfway stage. Both ladies have won themselves a frame. What to do here for both?
So I think Sarah's looking up at the big screen. I think this replay's probably going on at the end of that frame. Dean Winter referee hands Sarah Waite the cue ball. She will break us off. Frame number 3. Just under 15 minutes left on the match clock. And nothing gives. Nice firm break there from Sarah. Gets the ball. The layout. And I've seen worse. And a quick glance. I like reds purely because of the yellow bottom table left side. That is a very tricky ball to get on, and I think the reds are readily available in each pocket. Where that dodgy yellow is, that red passes between yellow and black into that middle, so that makes those two easy enough. The other 5 at the top of the table all link. They've all got a pocket, so I'd suggest reds. Take the one into the middle first, which doesn't like them.
First time these two have met on the ultimate pool scene, I believe. Sure, they've bumped into each other once or twice in other competitions. Didn't want to get that flick. I think now she's...
Well, I'm interested to see what her plan is for that yellow that's beneath the black ball next to the red. Because that goes absolutely... Well, it does go in the middle if you can get into that gap, but... going to have to be shifted. And now we are in no man's land. Now having to come across the table and play a thin cut into the bottom right. Unless she wants to just play this now, the bad one, and play length of the table double again. Well, run out of options now, and this is always going to happen by taking what I consider the wrong colour from the offset. It was never going to get easy. She never looked to try and move the bad one out. remember playing a match once, and I actually asked my opponent why they took yellows, and this was years and years ago, because they were completely the wrong ball. So why did you take yellows? And their response was because they were brighter. Kid you not. Hence to say that player didn't go on and win any tournaments. So Lauren Proctor now trying to size up which way to go about these reds. Might not attack just yet. Well, it's a case of knocking in these four now, top of the table. Just getting a pass to get the cue ball down to the right side of the table. Well, she's coming in here now. Gone a little bit too far. Because these two link. Now she's going to have to, I suggest, probably play the one into the middle first. The one that's nearest the yellow, just dribble it into there. She's going for the cut in the corner, is she? I didn't like that because she clattered into everything. Thought the shot into the middle would have been a bit easier as well.
Second shot clock is now in play.
Just fell over. One from home. So nice easy safety here for Lauren Proctor. Surprised she potted out. I thought she might have just flicked off it and brought the cue down to the bottom of the table. Played the safety now and left Sarah quite close, really well. She's definitely going to hit the yellow. Well, depends now what Lauren can see. Not sure if she's got full, if she has got full sight to that one in the middle, and she's got game on. It looks like she has. No safety.
It's a good hit from Sarah. Whether it'll be enough, I'm not sure. Good pot. Good cue ball. just needs to avoid this yellow on the way out if she can. If she can't, she'll take this red first. Get herself better on that red. It's just okay. It's just okay. Should be 2-1 to Lauren Proctor.
Yeah, Keeble's just come away from that rail nicely.
Oh, wow. She hangs it. And Sarah Waite, well, what do you do from here?
Hold on to your hats.
What?
Well, that was bizarre.
Sarah, playing international rules.
Yeah, that would, even if the yellow went in behind, she's lost the frame.
Yeah, that was never, ever, ever the shot.
Lauren says thank you, cheers.
Yeah, you can win with a combination in black ball, but
Listen, if you're playing the black and it's onto your opponent's yellow, yes, you can play it, but you can't play your yellow, knock the black in first, and then the yellow go in. That's the loss of frame.
yeah, that's look. It's a 15-second shot clock. It's a main arena. There's cameras and lights. We've seen some baffling decisions made over the last 24 hours. Step forward, Louise Marr, for example. If you've not seen that reel on the Ultimate Pool socials, I recommend it. It's good fun. But yeah, I think Sarah's just not panicked necessarily, but I also wonder if she just thought, well, I'm not winning this frame. Let's get it over and done with and give me as much time on the clock. But I struggle to believe that.
You just belt the yellow. I mean, you play the yellow into the rails.
You try and make a cocked hat somewhere.
Yeah.
Rather than just give it away. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, I'm just trying to think of a reason why that might have happened. And I'll be honest, Tony,
or you come off
I'm
the
struggling.
top rail, yeah. Or you come off the top rail and kick into it and try and kick it into a pocket down the table. But yeah, it's a bizarre one.
But why Sarah did that, well, I don't know. We can't know.
Maybe she thought, do you know what, I'm going to confuse those two fellas up there in that commentary box. Let them get their heads around this. Gone a bit too far there, Sarah Waite. We're just over 4 minutes on the clock. This is now a must-win frame for Sarah, and she's not happy with that.
No, I think that's... Well, I think Lauren could go and win the frame here.
Certainly a chance.
Slides the red in, nice shot. Don't know if the red passes the yellow to left centre. That tells us it didn't. That's a lovely shot.
Certainly going the scenic route. So red into the bottom right hand corner. Got to get the cue ball at the top of the table. Gets that, wants a friendly nudge, gets that.
Great chance.
Yeah, a little bit of a stretch here for Lauren. But she's right-handed, so that will help. No, I didn't go for it.
Hedges. And it's a brave call with 3 minutes left.
Well, she's left Sarah with a decent opportunity as well. Oh, that red goes straight off that yellow, and there's a slight angle. Off the yellow for Lauren. Moves it out the way of the black.
Yeah, you couldn't really wish for a better chance.
Punched the
here,
cue
Lauren.
at the table as well in the process. Oh, played too thin. Too thin off the yellow.
Yeah, needed more action on that yellow.
Yeah, you kind of play at half ball.
2.5 minutes. Needed a massive shot. And doesn't get it. But that red just sitting over the pocket just keeps Sarah honest here. She's got to take these. Has to.
I still think I'll chance a snooker there.
Well, that's the one thing you can't
Let's float it
do.
in the middle.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. We're in the fun house. That's when mad stuff can happen. She does like a double. And she may have another one coming as well.
Make a play out of 3 cushions in the left-hand middle from there. That's a perfect angle to play it. It is. It's dead straight behind it.
I know it. I know it is, but I wouldn't necessarily say that would
Gone
be
for
the
the
first
snooker.
choice.
Oh, she's left it.
Oh, Sarah.
Oh, what's she done? So,
Just
1
pure
minute.
shot clock pressure. And she's got an extension as well.
Oh,
Oh, and it's Lauren's turn to get a nudge.
my word. What are these two doing in
It's
this last
carnage. It's carnage in the 15-second
Well-
shot clock. This 8 ball for the win for Lauren Proctor. Game's over if she makes it. And she makes it. What a big 8 ball from Lauren Proctor.
The wait is over.
Wow.
The wait is over. Lauren Proctor is going to go through. Match conceded.
Yeah, and Sarah Waite's going to concede no way back with 56 seconds left. And the two of them hug it out. Lauren Proctor is into the last 16 of the Women's Pro Cup after a dramatic 4th frame. Goodness me, that got mixy. That is what the 15-second shot clock can do to people. Our next matchup in this group is coming up next. We're going to see Sophie Gibbs-Nichols in action. She takes on Shelby Campbell when we return.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
And welcome back to the beautiful Q Club here in South Wigston, Leicester. Tony Holgate and Stephen Jameson still with you for the Women's Pro Cup. And up next, Sophie Gibbs-Nichols taking on Shelby Campbell.
And for those of you who are just watching the Sarah Waite versus Lauren Proctor game, I do have some live reporting for you. Sarah Waite messaged me in the break and just said, yeah, so I might have been playing black ball there for a minute. Totally forgot that I couldn't play the combo on the black. She said, I bet Tony's having a field day with that one.
I'll forgive you, Sarah. Yeah, there's different rule sets, and that is a legal shot in other rule sets, but not in international rules. I'd say if it'd been the other way around, if Sarah was on the black ball and it was Lauren's yellow that's over the bag, she can happily play the black into the yellow, sink the yellow and the black behind it and win the frame, but not the other way around. Anyway, we've had a foul break there to start off, not past the 3-point rule.
Yeah, so it'll bring Sophie Gibbs-Nichols to the table to break off first.
And wouldn't you know it, in off the break. It was a really good splat as well.
Yeah, Shelby Campbell gets to take advantage of Sophie's break. Gets cue ball in hand.
Red ball's in play.
First time I believe we've seen Shelby on the arena table. I'm sure, like a few, there'll be some flutters and some jitters. A good chance in frame number 1 is exactly what she would have wanted.
Yeah, and it's first time you're out in the arena and you're playing.
Oh, that's unlucky.
You're playing a very experienced England international as well in Sophie Gibbs-Nichols.
Played a pretty good shot there as well, Shelby Campbell. A little unfortunate that the red didn't fall. Got a good cannon. And Sophie Gibbs can just try and take away these yellows systematically. Just really hoping she can pick these apart. Yellow at the bottom, weirdly. Maybe her hardest ball. The other one, that was her hardest ball, the one directly southeast of the cue ball at the moment, is in the open after that good shot. So now the question is, can you land low on that yellow? And if you can, I think you've got to do it sooner rather than later. I think she's going to try now. Just looking at her line, I think she's going to have to judge the pace on this really well. She's straight enough to do that. And she's a little short. You can see the line was really, really good. But she was worried there if she goes long, she starts to mess about with those yellows. And she's in big trouble. She can still get out from here. Good shot required. Draws that yellow. So Shelby Campbell will get herself to the table again. And Red's a great chance here. Interesting, tries to come up for that red straight away. Don't know if she needed to do that necessarily. Could have played that with about 1% of the power. Left the cue ball bottom left. Maybe worked on those two reds bottom right. And lost turn from here. Difficult to keep the cue ball safe. And she hasn't got the loss of turn. So Sophie Gibbs with a decent chance.
Yeah, Sophie, very experienced, battle-hardened international pool player. She's been through many wars out there on the pool table for her country. In these sort of situations, she's very, very strong. Very strong in the mind and the will. Loads of bottle. And determination. It's a very nice shot there. Stopped Shelby coming across the table as well to come try and get back for those two reds, only leaving her firing at the one at the top. And in doing so, she's also developed her two yellows. Clever shot.
Which is a very, very good one-frame pool player, Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. Comes from all that international experience. When she gets into the trenches of a frame like this, she's excellent at finding the cracks. Working the puzzle out.
Yeah, I remember Barbara Taylor saying, who's the England captain, obviously. It was Barbara, and she said, you know, she wouldn't she'd always put Sophie in any situation. When you need a frame to win for England, she'd put Sophie in.
Yeah, you look at that England team and it's stacked with ability, and you know, you might think there's a few other players maybe more likely to break and run a frame, for example, but that's not the majority of women's pool. More to it than that. Oh, Sophie. That's a poor one. Needed to be on the, as we look at it from this angle, needed to be on the left side of that yellow to bring the cue ball left and to keep the yellow right. And that way she's got a shot.
Yeah, she's hoping that will just hold on top of that red ball and it slid on the side of it. And a puff of the cheeks there from Sophie, and she knows that all of a sudden she's the one in a bit of bother.
Yeah, but I think you play the opponent a little bit here. I think she can afford to be patient. It's still tricky to get out on reds, so I think Sophie's just not going to try and give the game away. She's going to make Shelby go and win it.
For a split second I thought I was going to flick off the side of that red and go in the corner.
You and me both. As it is, it really should be the frame here for Shelby. This is essentially her 8 ball. Get this. The frame should be as good as over. Cue ball. Safe. So this 8 ball for a 1-0 lead for Shelby Campbell against Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. Oh no! Oh, those ones have to go. Tough yellow for Sophie, but you always fancied her for it. Tougher 8 ball, mind.
Absolutely. Cue ball fairly close to the cushion as well. Probably plays firm because she won't want to leave it hanging. That's a brilliant
nails
shot.
it. Great shot from Sophie Gibbs-Nichols.
That is such a good part, really, really is.
Champion's little finish that from Sophie.
Classic.
Shelby Campbell got her opportunity and could not capitalise. And what do good players do? They punish you, and that's exactly what Sophie Gibbs-Nichols did. If you in tonight, getting ahead of myself, this afternoon at the Q Club, the Pro Cup Women's Challenger event is ongoing. That's a straight knockout, double elimination, and those who are into winners qualification include Emma Senior, Akina Sillance, Amy Winter, Yvonne Boyle, Gina Woodman, C. Haley Desmond, Alice Paler, Fran Calvert, Holly Potter, Becky Shardlow, Zara Diamond, Lisa Williams, Melissa Walton, Celine Mendez Suarez and Anne-Louise Arkle. Louise Meyer has been bumped into the losers round of that competition. So too is Kim Beresford, despite the fact that they won in the tournament proper. Louise Meyer is a quarter-finalist in the Women's Pro Cup, but is into losers round 2 in the Pro Cup Challenger. That'll be how it goes sometimes. She did meet a very good player though. Anne-Louise Arkle knocked Louise to the loser's side. Anne-Louise, from everything I've seen, definitely good enough to beat on the Women's Pro circuit. But at very minimum is a very top challenger. So Sophie's setting about these yellows. Big pocket here. How often does that happen, that you make it clean when there's a big pocket?
Yeah. Well, they're bumping off both jaws in that middle as well. So he sort of put a hand in the air, but not easy now. She played a bit of both there, the double, and maybe she was hoping to send the cue ball into the yellow and maybe flick that into that middle bag, but got neither. So Shelby Campbell, right, left in the middle of the table with an easy start in red. She's got an angle on the one in the middle now, drop that in there, play for the red at the bottom of the table. That's nicely done. And he's going to hang there. Well, can this yellow go past the red into the top left-hand corner for Sophie Gibbs-Nichols? If it can, and she gets it, and she's going to be left with 3 routine pots to get herself 2 up. And it did go in, and she's on the ball in the middle. That's the factions in this game. Hang that ball. You look like you're going to level the match, but in the blink of an eye, it can be your opponent that wraps up the frame, and that's exactly what Sophie is trying to do here. So this black into the middle bag for Sophie Gibbs-Nichols to take a 2-0 lead.
Oh, they're both at it.
Well,
Very similar 8 balls missed by the pair of them in these opening 2 frames. And Sophie Gibbs-Nichols had a little bit of a touch here, because I don't think Shelby can cut that one to top left.
yeah, I think that one top left, it might just be away from the rail a little bit. I think that's okay. She's overcut it.
Yeah, I didn't think that was possible.
Now
Got
then,
cushion first there.
Sophie can play the shot. Well,
Yes, this is one you're allowed to play, Sarah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, this can be a legal combo. 8-ball onto red, you can make the 8-ball. Would be a dagger for Shelby this early on. Doesn't get it. Simply a loss of turn, which will bring Shelby to the table with a great chance to equalise. Should do from this position.
Would have loved to brought that cue ball more central to be playing this black ball. Could be a little jittery one. And she's overcut it. And that's two opportunities that Shelby's had. And this time Sophie won't make any mistake. 2-0 it is to the England international.
Frame 3. Shelby Campbell to break. Trailing 2 frames to done.
Shelby Campbell breaking off frame number 3. Needs to try and get something going here and lift the disappointment that she's had so far in this match, where she really could have been 2 up herself. Nice starting pot into the middle, and the yellows are wide open here. And this would certainly lift her spirits if she was to run these yellows in and the black and get herself on the scoreboard. Landed much worse. It's always going to end with a miss from there, and now Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. And the Reds
Yeah, good chance here for Sophie to go 3-0 in front and really break the back of the match. It's not ideal, but it's also not too bad here. Push the other red into a pretty advantageous position and also hold the cue ball for it. And all her attention was focused on that cannon. Ended up catching the red she was trying to pot very thick, and in doing so has left the cue ball perfect here for Shelby Campbell. to get top side of that yellow on that cannon. Didn't do so. And that's left her only able to basically just sort of hoist that yellow towards a pocket. Good shot from Sophie, wobbles it in, but it is in, and onto her most difficult ball remaining, mostly played. That's an excellent shot to get the cue ball out to here.
So, red ball into the corner. Sophie comes round just to inspect where she'd like to be for the black ball, which will be pretty much leaving the cue ball where the red is now and play it into the middle. Well, that was a funny one because she came down the table to look precisely into that left-hand middle, got up and then belted it into the corner, and now she's ended up with a bit of a sticky one here.
Isn't she just?
Well, a bit more mileage left in his frame after all. Must win really for Shelby. And what she do is she played a double back in the corner. Keyboard naturally goes up the top tail and back down again. Will leave the tough black. She's gone for it. A bit narrow. What she has done though is put that yellow very near that corner. Sophie might hit this and power it and screw the keyboard back here. Not risk a slow roll. Is that going to stop sight of the yellow? No.
I think if you're going to leave the cue ball there, you've got to give the 8 ball every chance, don't you? You're going to play at that pace, and you've got to try and draw it back and make the yellow difficult.
This isn't a gimme either. All sorts here. There could be Inos in the corner. Might play the double.
She did. And all that is achieved. Here's a 3-0. Sophie gives Nichols lead. And it goes from the cue site.
Sophie gives Nichols the break, leaving 3 frames.
Well, Sophie going on off the break. Sophie not been at her very best. Shelby's had chances, and I think maybe playing on the TV in the live arena maybe made things a little edgy for Shelby.
Is Sophie on this 8 ball? She wanted to be quite a bit further over. Can she see the left side of it as we look? There's your answer, no she couldn't. And she's prepared to hedge her bets by just essentially leaving it in the middle of the table and banking on the fact that she'll come back. And on the evidence of this match, probably a safe bet. Sophie Gibbs-Nichols goes 4-0 in front.
And that is 2 weeks away. The Ultimate Pool Series returns 3rd to the 5th of July at Bolton. If you want to watch it, you're going to have to be an Ultimate Live member. Get your subscriptions in, $7.99. And we get all of Ultimate Pool's events,
Frame 5.
including Last Man Standing, which is next week.
Trailing 4 frames.
And we are all thoroughly looking forward to that.
Balls in play. Foul. Ball in hand. Time.
Well, just the clock now running down. Sophie Gibbs-Nichols will be going through into this evening's group final. She will play Lauren Proctor tonight. That will be around 7 p.m. Next up, we will be starting Group 7. Coming up will be Leanne Cragg taking on Zoe Griffiths. The other two players in that group, Chloe Smithies, should be taking on Selena Gublin.
In the meantime, though, Sophie Gibbs-Nichols is going to sail through to the next round with a 4-0 win over Shelby Campbell. Sophie not at her best there. Started quite well, but sort of deteriorated a little as the match went on and went long. Slightly contagious feel to that one, it felt like. But Sophie Gibbs safely through. She does enough and will face Lauren Proctor later on tonight in the next round. As Tony just said, we've got a couple of good matches coming up. And Cragg, Chloe Smithies soon in action, and then we'll see Amy Beecham in the arena after that. Do stay with us live at the Q Club.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hey, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Need help dripping in the kitchen sink, rust on the radiator, dirty water, cold showers, fix it fast, fix it now, handy ants are hauling tools. We are the handy ants, heating and plumbing. We are the handy ants, coming for your leaks, always coming for your leaks, saving the day. Handy ants, handy ants, handy ants.
tension.
Craig will come back to the table then in frame number 1. It's Leanne Craig against Zoe Griffiths here at the Women's Pro Cup. Just over halfway through our opening session today. There's Leanne, just manoeuvres her pieces into position here. A little bit overplayed that shot, but she won't grumble too much. And Zoe, who is known as the Master Baker, I think that says on the back of her shirt. She couldn't quite cook up hitting the red, but she is not going to give away the frame. That 8 ball hangs on the lip of the pocket. Yeah, will look to win the frame from here. Well, Leanne has played a terrible shot there. It's a good pot, but full ball snookered on this yellow, and Zoe Griffiths might yet get back to the table here. How's your luck? I think Leanne's had a bit of a touch there, in all truth.
Yeah, just enough to make it tricky. One of those, so it's halfway between, do you play the cut or do you play the double? The double looks to be fairly straight into the corner. Not only that, if you play, well, to be fair, either of them, as long as you get the cue ball to the left-hand side of the table, if you miss, you're not leaving Leanne an easy yellow. Well, played the double, but left the cue ball. Yeah, half decent position for you, Leanne Craig.
Was close to the double was Zoe, but Leanne should win the frame from here. She's very good at single ball potter. That was never in doubt.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
Always fancied her for that. And that is 1-0 to the England international. Leanne Craig wins frame number 1. Other side of the draw in this group contains Chloe Smithies. And she'll take on Selena Gublin after this matchup. Leanne Craig 1-0 up against Zoe Griffiths.
Selection call.
Tried to make the plant into the middle there with the 2 yellows, Liam, but failed. Only good thing is nothing easy left for Zoe. Well, perfect position there for Leanne now, just to roll this last yellow along the top rail. Natural direction of the cue ball to come down slightly to the right of the black ball. And that's going to be pretty good to get this into the middle pocket. Breathing space for Leanne. In goes the black, no problem. Lee and Cragg 2-0 up. So if Leanne does want to win this match, she'll be facing Chloe Smithies or Silly Goodlin later tonight. But next week we have the last man standing. Friday and Saturday here once again at the Q Club, and it is only available to Ultimate Live members, so you need to get your subscriptions in. Do not want to miss that. There are the 5 hitmen: Tom Cousins, Craig Waddingham, Chris Melling, Declan Brennan, and last year's defending champion Phil the Farmer Harrison. Bounties. Also going to be a wild card, and nobody knows who it is. Well, 2 people do, but they're the tournament director and co. We don't know. It's going to be a very, very exciting weekend indeed. Don't miss it. Once again, it's only available to Ultimate Live members.
Thank you.
Extension call.
Opportunity now for Liam. Red goes off the yellow. And I'll say she gets this frame. That will close the door. And Zoe completely coming down into the last 10 minutes. Yeah, I think Leon should play the plant up here. Gentle roll. And she won't be happy with that. It's been a couple of these sort of performances from what we'll say are well-known women's players in the internationals where they've not been at their very, very best. They're getting the job done, but they are playing inexperienced opponents who are not used to the TV arena, and I think it's almost like they need somebody else there to pick the game up a bit so they sort of rise to the occasion, if you like. We saw it a little bit with Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. We've also seen one or two others earlier today as well have a bit of a, I won't say struggle, but sort of coughed and spluttered along the way, if you like. And unluckily there for Leanne, she's just gone off the rail, pot of the red, and the cue has gone in behind, but it's not particularly easy for Zoe Griffiths. Slight angle here, Zoe, but she might just want to pot this and try and play another snooker across the other side of the table. Easy pot for Leanne there. I sense a slight level of frustration probably for Leanne. She thought that she could get the job done a bit quicker. So he's got to battle here. She can pinch this frame. We'll give her plenty of time to try and level it at 2-2. So 3-0 Leanne. 5 minutes 12 seconds on the clock, and that will see Leanne Cragg through to this evening's group final. And she will play the winner of our next match. It'll be either Chloe Smithies or Selena Grublin. And to finish off our afternoon's pool coverage, Group 8 will start after the Chloe Smithies Selena match, and that will feature Amy Beecham taking on Kirsty Shepherd, and Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst taking on Alicia Potter, the sister of Holly, who we saw play yesterday. So just a matter of running down the clock now for Leanne. Well, it's run its course now. The clock really is not going to come into it. 3 minutes. We've breathing past the Melling. Sort of run around the table. 1 minute break and finishes. So Leanne Cragg looks like she's going to get to 4 just before this match finishes, or will she? And no, she's not. She will win 3-0. So Leanne Cragg will go into tonight's group final, and she'll be taking on the winner of our next match. And that will be between Chloe Smithies and Selena Gublin. That will come right after this small break. See you soon.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hey, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Hell, dripping in the kitchen sink, rust on the radiator. Dirty water, cold showers, fix it fast, fix it now. Handy ants are hauling tools. We are the handy ants, heating and plumbing. We are the handy ants, coming for your lease. Always coming for your lease, saving the day. Handy ants, handy ants.
So welcome back to the Q Club here in South Wigston, Leicester. Fabulous venue we have the privilege of being in. Second match in Group 7. Chloe Smithies taking on Selena Gublin. Race to 6, 30 minutes on the match clock. Will be Selena to break off in this opening frame, having won the lag. And a good split. Gets a couple of reds. Not an easy starter though for Selena.
Yellow ball nominated.
Tell a lie, I didn't think she'd get through to that yellow. Anyway, Selena Gublin on yellows. So Chloe Smithies to the table on the reds. Chloe banging in that plant, which now opens everything up. Starting to see quite a bit more of Chloe. She starts to get deeper into these tournaments. Tried to float that past the yellow, just clipped it, not gone in. So another chance for Selena. Decent little shot there. Now there's a chance. Selena failing to take that chance. Fabulous pot there from Chloe, but absolutely going nowhere. Another great shot. Lost a turn. So it's do or die here for Selena. Long yellow into the top left hand corner. Get onto the other yellow next to the black. Failure will leave Chloe Smithies with a pretty straightforward red. That is a fabulous shot. Wow. What a shot there from Selena. You judge when she missed a yellow. Last time she's at the table, it was, well, that was 10 times harder, if not more. I'm sure Chloe Smithies probably didn't fancy her to get that yellow either. So anyway, this black for Selena Gublin to take the early lead. And it goes, and an impressive finish there at the end of that frame. So it is Selena Gublin, one up against Chloe Smithies. That's our arena. As we look, we're perched high up. Looking down. We'll be back here next week as well for the last man standing.
Frame 2. Chloe Smith's
Here
break.
it is, only available to Ultimate Live members. Just go on YouTube, click on the Ultimate Pool page, and then you will then click on Join. And you will have access to all of our Ultimate Pool professional matches, including that last man standing event. Following weekend we have the tour in Bolton. You will have access to all of that as well, and our Champions League that's going on at the moment on the Monday nights. Everything that we show you will have access to. Chloe wants the rest. Bit of a stretch to get down there to play that red. No, changed her mind. She's going to take on yellows. I must have, well, she didn't get it in the end. I must have, I'd have preferred the yellows in the end, but it's going to be Selena at the table now with choice. Chloe a little rush there with the beeps.
Lots of frame.
Disasters there. 2-0 Selena Gublin.
Frame 3. Selena Gublin to break. Leading 2 frames to 0.
So Selena Gublin in dreamland now, 2-0 up. Smithies needs to get her act together now.
Yellow ball's in play.
Just not at the races, Chloe, at the moment. Looking kind of despondent there. She missed that last ball. Something sounded like a case falling over across the way in the arena. Or in the outer arena there, just distracted Selena. Miss there from Chloe, which went, she looked like she's starting to get the gears to work.
Extension.
They just keep on coming, they're creeping in now to Chloe. This is where Selena really needs to capitalise on this. I mean, she can get to halfway towards a target of 6. Now then, that is perfect position now for Chloe. Desperately needs this frame. Well, this is a really big shot now for Chloe Smithies. Needs to screw this cue ball back off this long yellow into the corner. Great shot. Just when she needed it most. In goes the black, and Chloe Smithies has arrived in this Women's Pro Cup. 2-1 she trails against Selena Gublin though, but right back in it.
Smithies to break. Trailing 2 frames.
So Chloe breaking off frame 4. Can't quite get going.
Red balls in play.
Correct shot to play there for Chloe. Well, it's all about the yellow at the top. She got to the top of the table and played a lost turn again and leave the snooker. I'll be doing it from where she should put the cue ball there though. thought she was going to play lots of turn up in the top, but went for the yellow in the corner, missed. Can Selena see the ball over the pocket? I think she can. Navigated that very well, and down onto the red at the bottom of the table. And that is not the shot required. Maybe get the cue away off that rail to leave the black ball top right. And another disappointing visit to the table for Chloe Smithies, leaving a gift for Selena Gublin. And Selena goes 3-1 up, and it's been a bit scrappy to say the least.
Selena Giblin to break, leading 3 frames to 1.
Balls get there in the end. See Selena's break. All fizzing around that middle bag. It's going to be very, very tough to pop that, bridging over those red balls.
balls in play.
So go to the 15-second shot clock. Chloe Smithy's 3-1 behind. Desperate to try and claw her way back into this match.
Extension call.
So an opening now for Chloe. That's a great shot. Just unfortunate she hasn't got in too much angle there. This is what she's capable of when she's on her game. Be careful with the cue ball here. Oh, missed by a long way. I think she's worried about going in off and sort of aimed in a different place, really. But yellow's still the favourite this moment to win this frame. 8 minutes left. No, really close. Should tie up this frame. Make it 3-2. Give herself a chance. So this black for Chloe Smithies to make it 3-2. Just hanging on in there. Or is she? Oh. Well, only one shot here for Selena. That's a double the red. The right hand side one off the bottom rail and up towards the pocket where the black is. This is not the shot to play. And that's a complete gift for Chloe Smithies. 3-2. And she's still in it, is Chloe. And there is the view from high up down into the fabulous Q Club here in South Wigston, Leicester. We've been very well looked after by Reece, Steve and all the staff. Been fabulous with us over the last few days. Very welcoming. And I can recommend this place a visit if you're in nearby, or nearby next week when the last man standing will be on. And it promises to be a great weekend of pool. But we've got still 2 more days, or day and a half left of the Women's Pro Cup. These are the last group games now. The final group will get underway after this. The first match up in Group 8 will be the much decorated Amy Beecham, and she will be taking on Kirsty Shepherd. And the other 2 players in that group will be playing straight after us. Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst against Alicia Potter, and that will round up the afternoon's play. We'll be back then this evening with all the group finals. see who joins the other 4 players that are already in the quarterfinal tomorrow for finals day. Meanwhile, Chloe Smithies goes through the gears, trying to drag herself back into the reckoning. It's been a frustrated performance so far from Chloe, because we know when she's on her game, she can mix it with the best. She's just ended up snookered once again. Last ball. Oh, she got it. Oh, wow. And the black. Will it slide off the red in the middle? That is incredible. This for 3-3. Smithies comes to life. And how? What an incredible finish there from Chloe Smithies. Snookered herself on the last yellow. And what does she do? Straight off the bottom rail. Slams it into the top corner. Black off the red. Into the middle. And blowing a kiss to, well, I don't know who. Friends and family over there. But she's certainly a lot happier now than she was earlier.
Just to let you both know, if the time runs down, it's still level.
Yeah, so if it's, say it's 3-all and that clock runs out, we just finish the frame and whoever wins the frame is...
So 3-all. And don't forget, there's no 6 red shootouts in this tournament. So if it is a tie at the end of the match when the clocks run out, if there's a frame already going, it will carry on until we get a winner.
Frame 7.
So no 6 red.
3 frames on.
So quite possibly this could be the deciding frame between these two. Selena breaks dry.
Red ball's in play.
Winner of this, of course, will face Leanne Cragg later this evening. Oof. Well, there was no sparing the horses there from Chloe Smithies. Another ball smashed into the pocket. Just over 3 minutes left. Has she got the weight right? Is it going to be a friendly little kick? It is. This is huge. And just the pace of that yellow has kept it out of the pocket. And just when Chloe, you thought was going to get into full flow, the wheels have come off. And now it's Selena's turn. You kind of feel now definitely that this is going to be the decider. Smithies has a chance. The yellow will pass into the bottom left. It also goes into the top corner or the middle. Black wide open, centre table. Has she got it? No, she hasn't. All she had to do was knock in that yellow, and that would have been it. Now Selena Gublin, unbelievably now, oh, well, she'd have loved that cue ball to stay so she could play the plant, but it's, where's she going? She's going off the rail. How brave is this? Oh my word. I'm not sure she meant to do that. I think she was trying to play the plant, but that's a, well, an astounding shot to play at this stage. In goes the last red, so this black now to seal it. We're under a minute. And this will do the job for Selena Gublin. And she's missed it. Oh my word. What are we seeing here? Where's the cue ball going? That is gone. That's ball in hand, Chloe Smithies, which helps her a heck of a lot. Places the ball down to play the double. Misses the double. I thought she put it in the wrong spot. Should have been down the table a little bit further. So drama unfolding here in this last frame. And it will be the last frame. We're under 30 seconds now. So Selena Gublin for the match. Words cannot describe the end of this match and frame. Playing on pure nerves alone here. And we're in the last 10 seconds as Chloe Smithies has this black. In it goes. 4-3 Chloe Smithies leads. And it will be a shake of the hands. There's only a few seconds left. So she will go into tonight's group final to face Lee Ann Cragg. And when we come back, we will have the start of Group 8. And we will have Amy Beecham, the multiple world champion. And she'll be taking on Kirsty Shepherd. We'll be back right after this.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Need help dripping in the kitchen sink, rust on the radiator, dirty water, cold showers, fix it fast, fix it now. Handy ants are hauling tools. We are the handy ants, heating and plumbing. We are the handy ants, coming for your lease, always coming for your lease, saving the day. Handy ants, handy ants, handy ants.
Welcome back to the Women's Pro Cup here at the Q Club, South Wigston, Leicester. Up next, Amy Beecham taking on Kirsty Shepherd, one of the game's greats and many people's favourite to take down the tournament this weekend. So Kirsty Shepherd, very experienced player herself, has got a tough nut to crack. Amy breaks off and it's dry. Kirsty, an international player in her own right. Many years experience at the game, so this is no pushover for Amy either. We've seen a couple of these ties where there's been the kindest draws, with the Megan Proctor Amy Price match earlier today, and this sort of is in that bracket. And the last match will come after this, which will be the second game in Group 8. Adrian Flitcroft Hurst will be playing Alicia Potter. Whoever wins that would play the winner of this tonight in the last match in the evening. Well, Kirsty's missed that red, but she could have done without them opening up a big gap for that yellow to go in for for Amy. Plenty of cue power in that shot there from Amy, just to top it through down onto the bottom rail and back up. She'd have liked to not been bridging over that red ball there. I'm sure she would have played that yellow that is loose on the right now. And she might still play that. That's purely because she wants to leave that yellow on the left-hand rail for last to get onto the black ball. So it's got a little bit of angle here, Amy. Just get that cue ball up into that cluster of yellows. Oh dear, is that stuck to it? She wanted to hit that one full in the face and be on the yellow, so go into the top right. If she can get into the middle, she's okay. I think she can, by the way, she's sort of leaning and eyeing it. Nicely done by Amy, great shot. Perfect, in fact. She'd like to play the one over the bag next and leave an angle so she can just screw down behind the other yellow. A lot of players would probably think, no, I'll play the other way and leave the one over the pocket, but the danger is if you play that and come across the table is that middle bag that is waiting for the cue ball. So this way takes out going in off in the middle, out the equation. She's played that very nicely too. So straight pot in the corner for Amy, just guide the cue ball a couple of inches down past, make sure she gets past that red. Black bottom right. And this looks like a pretty clinical start for Amy Beecham. Very nice finish indeed for the multiple world champion as she goes 1-0 up and sends out a message across the arena. Now then, does this yellow creep past the red? I think it did, but Amy's just got it a little bit too thin there. Tony Holgate And the return of the one and only Stephen Jameson. Here he is. You right, sir?
Pleasure to be back, Tony. Half chance here for Kirsty Shepherd on these reds, you know. She can actually land on a difficult one off of this one. Doesn't need to do a huge amount with the cue ball, which helps. And this is a decent chance. Needs to get the cue ball out for the next red. It's not exactly what I'd describe as out, but she's got a shot. Judging by the time it's taken her to play it, I don't think she loves it.
No, I don't know if she could have got the side cushion into the yellow. Yeah, I thought she might. I thought she thought that the cut into the middle was, yeah, she can make it, but the cue was flying around the table, and I think and this is where the experience comes in, because Kirsty's been around playing a long time this game of pool, and she's a wily fox as well, and thought, do you know what, I'm not going to take that risk, I'll just make it hard for Amy over here. But it is Amy Beecham. One of the masters of the women's game for many years, and she's back to where she was before. I think she's just going to have to play the loss of term and have done with it.
I think she wanted to be lower on this.
She did.
So she was going away from that red and sort of just had to accept that she wasn't going to be able to.
Well, she knows she's left half a chance, but she, in her own mind, thought, well, I've got to play it now, because if you don't play it, you're giving Kirsty then chances to make her reds a lot easier.
And Kirsty's got to go for these.
Yeah, has no choice.
If she lands right in the middle of the oh, she's going to take that one on.
Wow, I wouldn't be doing this. No, not for me. That
I cannot see in what world you would ever land better than you are on that red at the bottom of the table.
No, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. You have to play that cut along the bottom rail.
You're never getting better on it. I don't care who you are. Chris Melling wouldn't get better on that red from the reds he was left.
The yellows are open as well for Amy. The way she took out that first finish, if she gets another look, it will be gone.
Yeah, I don't mean to sound too harsh on Kirsty. I just can't understand that decision at all.
Well, saving grace is she's covered the bag, but that's only going to delay the inevitable. There will be loss of turn coming again very quickly. And that'll do Amy. So you look for that red. What can you do with the red? Well, you can't double it into the top right hand corner. Black's in the way. You can't double it into the top right. I think the yellows are in the way. What shot do you have? Punch the red ball off the rail into the black ball and try and smash it into that, either the top corner or the centre pocket.
So what you're saying is hit no?
Pretty much. Not that.
No, I feel like if you're gonna hit it and get it out in the open, just give it away. See if it'll find a pocket. But all that's done essentially is just said to Amy, can you clear up these 5 yellows? And the answer to that, 99% of the time, will be yes. In fact, the red's gone relatively safe on the table in close proximity to a yellow. Just grants Amy that little bit of insurance on this finish. Could maybe take a difficult ball on now that she might not.
I know what you're thinking, because it will hide the red, but I think you've got to drop this one in and then play the next into the middle. Not now, she's come too far.
Still works though. She can go top right, middle right, top right.
I think she just drops this in gently, you know. Use the red just to hold the cue ball.
Just like that.
You kind of look at it and think it's annoying because it's in the way, and then you think, hang on a minute, actually it can be my friend.
As the Germans say, 100%.
And what does that mean?
100%.
Oh, okay. Du bist ein Pferd. How about that? I am a horse.
The best part is I don't even know. I don't think that's right.
Well, du bist ein Plattenspieler. I'm a record player. That's the only two things I know in German apart from Dankeschön. Or eine Fluteschinken. I think that's a ham and cheese baguette. Anyway, it's 2-0 now to Amy Beecham as we discuss the German language and vocabulary.
Well, as someone who speaks a little bit of what they call Deutsch over in German, I can tell you du bist means you are.
Well, you are a horse then. That told him. Anyway, Amy Beecham 2-0 up against Kirsty Shepherd and looking good value for it. Really at the races today is Kirsty. So reds for Kirsty Shepherd.
Got to the bottom of the German, by the way, a little bit of research. I think what you said initially, Tony, as Kirsty makes her way through these reds, was... But let's forgive the du bist, ich bin. You know, it's whatever. I am, you are. But you were looking for ich bin ein Pferd, which is very, very close to I am a horse, but is much closer to I am a driver. Now you could
that's
say...
why I play golf.
You could say ich bin ein Pferd, which I am a driver horse.
Yeah, so it's very close,
Or
isn't
Fed,
it? And to
Fed.
be fair, you've probably spelled that wrong there.
Horse driver. Are you a horse driver, Tony?
Would that be a jockey?
Sure.
Too big to be a jockey. I don't have any silks.
I don't think it's the silks, that's the issue.
No. Ooh, the knuckle there. Not being Kirsty Shepherd's friend. And that's a super shot there from Kirsty Shepherd. Played a double plant, but she's had no reward at all. is going to be ball in hand on top as well. Kirsty Shepherd can count herself very unlucky there. Played a wonderful shot. Trying to dig herself out of a hole, but unfortunately fell into a chasm afterwards. So Amy Beecham, ball in hand. All the yellows in the open. We would have £1 or £2 on Amy finishing from here. Well, see, if I'm not correct on that German thing, as we go back there. So I've been saying I am a driver all these times. When I first said that as well, in Kaiserslautern in 1996, you mean to tell me I've been walking around for 30 years thinking I'm a horse, when I'm actually a driver?
Very possibly. Lovely shot from Champs. Very possibly. Also, if you've been telling Germans that, it really changes their opinion of you.
To be fair, they were Swiss.
Okay.
And they didn't understand what I was saying anyway. Might be the old Italian as well, I've said it to as well. But anyway, Amy Beecham. Simple yellow bottom corner, yellow in the middle, black in the bottom corner, and 3-0.
It's almost been a little bit of a palate cleanser watching Amy Beecham in these opening few frames. And we've seen lots of good pool this weekend. We've probably not seen pool at this level this weekend. This has been a very, very good few frames from Amy Beecham.
Well, she had a disappointing Players' Championship. She'd just come back from she had an injury to her hand, and she had to miss a couple of events. So obviously then to come back and then practice again, and she wasn't quite at her best at the Players' Championship. Disappointed by her standards, but this is more like it today. This does look like the true Amy Beecham has stood up. So 3-0. Looking to get into tonight's group final, where she will play the winner of our next match, which is between Adrian Flitcroft Hurst and Alicia Potter. And that will be our last match this afternoon before we go away for a little break, and then we return 6 p.m. this evening with those 4 matches of the group winners. So we will have 4 players tonight that will join our other 4 quarter-finalists that got through last night.
So Kirsty Shepherd breaks off and breaks beautifully. Crunch those, did Kirsty. With a bit of feeling as well. A little essence of a snooker break to that one, in the sense that she's left the cue ball right on the baulk cushion, and it only left a pretty difficult opening chance. Amy Beecham straight in on these. I actually think the yellows are pretty good, Tony. I think especially if those 2 yellows plant to the left middle, it will be yellows for sure. And yeah, there you go. So that yellow's out in the open, and yellow's plant in the middle, and then Beecham is back in business.
Not only that, it's just the control with the cue ball as well. She knows what she's doing with obviously that shot, but to pull the cue ball past the 2 reds as well. You know, you know when you're watching somebody who's absolute quality. And based on the performance so far, I know it's early in the tournament for Amy, you know, I'm going to say it's going to be very hard to oust her from this tournament if she's in this sort of form.
Not too sure what Amy's looking at there. That shot went ever so slightly wrong, but she's got an immediate chance to counter it, which she's done very well.
Yeah, she can go back to the other side now as well, to the right hand middle. Little problem with this yellow that's closest to the cushion on the left. It may drop in dead weight into that centre pocket, but do you want it as your last ball? No, not really. Unless you put this one in the middle, leave yourself an angle on the other yellow that's going into the bottom left, and try just sort of just drag it off the rail a little bit further so she can pot it in and get over for the black and make it easy that way.
Tried to nick a bit of angle there. She wanted to get across the table, and she was a bit straight and trying to pinch a bit of pocket. Middles play pretty generously on these tables, but not that generously. It should be the first frame for Kirsty Shepherd. Excellent opportunity from here. This one will be played though on the 15-second shot clock for her, which she has some experience of, not tons. She's a bit short. She knows it. Bit in between therefore. No, this is horrible. That might be that. In terms of this frame, shouldn't deter Amy from getting out from here.
No, I don't think it's that easy, to be fair. She might just run this into the middle and play the double. I think that's what I would do, because if you leave yourself high on that yellow that's on the left-hand rail, the angle to come down for the one at the bottom's there. I don't like playing the one at the bottom and trying to get on this one that's on the rail. I played a double here all day long.
Depends how much you like your doubles, I guess. I don't know if Champs loves it. So backs herself to pot it clean.
Well, I think this is such a tough shot down the rail and to get onto the black. I think if you played a double, which I think is not that hard, you're down on the bottom yellow, just drop it in and play the black in the middle.
Yeah, I hear you. When you're queuing as well as that though, I don't think it really matters.
I think it does.
That's a lovely shot from
tremendous
Champs.
pot, yeah. But then my rail potting wasn't as good as Amy's.
Oh. Bang.
Yeah.
4-0. Amy Beecham in to get to 6 in the 30-minute match clock. That is how well she's playing right now. Looks the part, does Amy Beecham. Great to see her back on the ultimate pool stage and playing so well.
Crunchy break from Amy, but it's going to be dry, and that's a couple of those she's had. We're going to see Kirsty play at some pace now because she needs 4 frames inside 7 minutes and 50 seconds. Missing a pot is not going to help. Calling the extension. Just draining a few more seconds. And making sure now. Hello. Thought for a second there it was going to go all the way up into that corner, but flick that yellow, stopped it. And it's been quality today from Amy. One little slip with a ball, she maybe took her off. She tried to pinch a bit of pocket in the middle, and this is how we're summing this up, is we're criticising one tiny little thing because she's been that good.
Yeah, she's been awesome. And that was a bit of naughty pull, that from Chance, that pot down to the bottom left. She's going chasing here, which she can do. 4-0 up, 6 minutes left. Don't think she'd necessarily commit to this if it was frame 1, for example. She may have done. She's a naturally very aggressive player.
Went for loss of turn there with a double, but
she almost got it. Did make contact.
Certainly not going to matter now in the grand scheme of things in the match. It's over. So Amy Beecham will be here this evening to play, and she'll play either Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst or Alicia Potter.
She will.
And that game will
Champs. Worst shot she's played all day.
And that game will be coming up right after this.
Yeah, just took her eye off that one, did Amy. This is the loss of turn, and leaves Kirsty wide open on these reds. That's a nice shot, well played by Kirsty Shepherd. And they should take care of themselves from here. And fair play to Kirsty, she obviously thinks, oh no. I was about to say, she obviously thinks she can still get something out. She obviously still thinks she can get something out of this game with the pace that she's playing, but I think that particular pace has just caught her to lose a little bit of concentration there and juice one up more than she needed to. And that's going to be end of visit and end of 5th frame, I would wager. Lovely.
Very delicately done there by Amy.
Best performance of the tournament this so far by quite a distance, I would say. Had good performances so far in this competition, particularly yesterday. But Emma Parker in particular was very good in her 5-0 win.
Yeah, and Amy's had the best, well, been the best with the cue ball as well.
Yeah.
Just with the pace and playing off 2 or 3 rails as well. Obviously the potting has been sublime.
Yeah, Amy's patterns are, I would say, probably the best on the tour at the moment. You know, she's not a multiple world champion for nothing, and yeah, she's in full flow and she's playing well and she's potting well and she's got a cue ball down. She'll take a lot of stopping. 5-0.
So balls are racked. Kirsty Shepherd comes to the table. Break off frame 6, trailing 5-0. And really, it's been a superb performance from Amy Beecham.
Yeah, it has, and she gets the chance here to seal the deal. She'll look to do it off this Kirsty Shepherd break. Reds are there, they can be picked apart. Yellows, it just feels like gut feel they're a little tougher. I think a good route here will get you out on reds, but is it yellows? No, it is reds. Yeah, that's the one I liked. She may have elected to try and be high or straighter on this red, but she can bump into the red and yellow now and open everything up. Didn't necessarily have to do that if she was straight on it, but all of a sudden 2 shots in, and she looks like she may well be home and hosed.
Yeah, in match terms she's home and hosed now, but she'd like to get to the magic 6.
Oh, it just hangs.
Wow. We're all holding our breath there, waiting for it to drop in.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to, didn't it? Oh, Mr. Shepherd whistles one in clean. That was a lovely shot. And now starts bumping out balls from 3/4 of the table away and everything. Lovely visit so far from Kirsty Shepherd here. She's still got a way to go to take these all out. Double kiss the yellow.
Can Amy get to the red? Just to right to the black ball into the middle. If she can. No, she obviously can't, so she's going in the other way. Oh, great pot.
Tremendous from Amy Beecham. Really does look to be queuing well.
Yeah, well, if she gets this, she's going to get to the 6, and she's not. Still might get to the 6, all depends. You think Kirsty Shepherd should be knocking this one in the middle? In fact, it's time for Kirsty just to get a consolation frame on the board.
And she won't, so Amy has 47 seconds to beat the buzzer and win this one 6 frames to 0. She's looked really comfortable in this match, Amy.
Well, she wants it. She's going to get a shot at it. She's going to get on the black. I'm going to try and play the skill shot to win it.
Some way to wrap up a 6-0 win if she does. And of course she does. Top performance from Amy Beecham. That was brilliant. A 6-0 victory inside 30 minutes from the one they call champs. And who knows, it might be champs by name, champ by nature come the end of this weekend. She looks in red hot form as she advances through to the last 16. She'll take on the winner of our final match of the afternoon session here, as Alicia Potter is about to be in action. She takes on Adrienne Flitcroft-Hurst next up to decide the right to face Amy in the last 16 later on this evening. We're back in a moment.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Hell, dripping in the kitchen sink, rust on the radiator. Dirty water, cold showers, fix it fast, fix it now. Handy ants are hauling tools. We are the handy ants, heating and plumbing. We are the handy ants, coming for your lease. Always coming for your lease, saving the day. Handy ants, handy ants, handy ants.
Say foot cross first to break.
So, Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst at the table. Taking on Alicia Potter. Nice shot there from Adrian. Apart from, she's lost the cue ball. And these two women are playing for the right to face Amy Beecham in our last match this evening for a place in the quarter-final. I can tell you, if you missed Amy just before this, she was in fine form, winning 6-0 against Kirsty Shepherd. So Alicia Potter at the table. Twin sister of Holly Potter, who we saw play yesterday. She got into the evening session. But then, alas, it was not to be for Holly. So now it's Alicia's turn.
Oh, she's a little unlucky with how that's come out. Played great pot, great line with the cue ball, and just got a little stuck to that yellow. If she had vision of any of the reds, she'd be okay. She might be able to get through to a plant. Yeah, it's a double.
She got it as well.
That's a great shot, Aid. And she's on the reds at the bottom of the table as well. It's around the houses a touch, but sometimes the sat-nav can take you some funky directions.
Yeah, she's pulling out some shots. Is Aid?
And this finish is on from here. Oh no! To add insult to injury, cue ball went off as well.
Well, it's not all over in this frame. Those two yellows stuck together there. It's going to be a problem for Alicia, who's about to try and nudge one yellow out the way, and probably try and leave A stuck to the other one. Well, she's left a gap.
Oh, I've seen hedges before in my time, but this is a big lay against for Aid to get these. I think Aid's too good a player to leave this open a chance to.
Well, you fancy her to be very close to making the pot. It's getting that cue ball, and because she's looking at her angles now, is getting that cue ball through the traffic of yellows to get onto the red at the bottom of the table.
Oh, and she did as well. Didn't quite make the pot.
Just caught the jaw.
Yeah. I think if she could play the natural there, I'd be surprised if she missed it, but just digging down into it to manoeuvre that line of touch. Just threw the shot off. Now, for Alicia Potter, she should go 1-0 in front.
We've sort of come a little bit too far, or not far enough. It's a tricky one now for Alicia. She might have to take the cut up into the left-hand corner. I'm not convinced you want to go cutting that yellow into the right-hand middle, judging where the cue ball will be sailing towards the black ball. Oh, well, she's gone for leg for table plant and got it.
How lucky is that?
Didn't she do one of those a couple of tournaments ago?
I think it was her sister who did.
It's one of them.
One of the Potters, yeah. I think it was Holly. I know exactly the shot you're thinking of. It was a mad full table plant at the British Open. I think it was Holly Potter. If I'm doing Alicia
it's like deja vu, so
yeah. If I'm doing Alicia a disservice there, I'm sorry, but I think it was Holly who played that.
She didn't get much reward for it. And it's going to end up with Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst now having ball in hand. And a pretty basic finish now for Aid.
tell you what, I think it was Alicia Potter.
I thought it was.
She's got form.
Yeah, it's her favourite shot.
Yeah, she played it against Casey Ranford-Norrie
At the British Open.
at the British Open. I remember the shot. It was an amazing shot. Shot of the weekend, I think. Adrian is going to take down frame number 1.
So, Aid gets the first frame, but not before a bit of drama. Alicia Potter playing a fantastic shot. And she can count herself a bit unlucky. There is that lady, Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst, who has the advantage. But yeah, got form for it.
Yeah, she clearly loves that shot.
I mean, it's such a tough shot at length of table plants.
Oh, it's ridiculous. But to make 2 in back-to-back comps, something she's obviously got down. Like a special power.
Her trademark.
Like one of those Pokemon cards with like a really special power-up.
Alicia Potter to break.
Really, really good at this one specific thing. Alicia Potter, it's length of the table plants.
Yeah, special power.
Nice break as well from Alicia. Probably go as far to say she deserves a ball there. She's not getting one though.
We've seen a couple of decent breaks today and they've gone dry. Have a look. And it's a decent split as well.
Oh, tried to jam it in that pocket to move the cue ball out, but not to beat. It's amazing how much tighter the pockets play as soon as you ram them with any pace.
So as we look at the reds for Aid, I think she can get through to that one to pot it that's sandwiched between yellow and black. But you've got to be very precise. She might even be on it now, you know. But she's going in the middle. And she'll be going middle again. Is she on it? I think she's played that perfectly, you know. I think the weight was great. I think she could plop it into that corner, screw the keyboard back just a little bit into that yellow and hold on the red into the middle. Well, she's played it plain ball and it's come out just as well. And this is tidy stuff from 8.
I thought in the first frame she looked sharp. It's a very high tariff finish that she took out and didn't get, but the fact that she was sort of there or thereabouts, I felt like there was good signs.
Nice control again. So this black ball for a 2-0 lead. And Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst is playing some rather good pool. Really good finish that, really good. And she can be very pleased with her performance there as she goes into that 2-0 lead.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Adrian.
But she played it all the right way as well. The pattern was very good.
And Aid's a purist in that sense. That will really please her.
Yeah. But the way she, because she was on that red early, but she refused it because she wanted to take out the other one in the middle. Went exactly the right way and then judged the weight to perfection to get into that gap. And it was a really, really, really good finish.
Finish either of those gents would have been pleased with. Melling, Waddingham, Cousins, Harrison, Brenning, plus 27 other of the world's finest. There can only be one last man standing. It's live all weekend for you next weekend, 7 days time, here at the Q Club. There'll be a banging atmosphere for one of the best events of the year. If you can't make it to South Leicester, you've got the best seat in the house as an Ultimate Live member on our YouTube channel. Just press the join button, pay your money, and get all access to what should be a terrific show. Ultimate Pool Series comes up just a week after that as well, so you've got plenty of bang for your buck this month. Aid breaks off beautifully actually, and doesn't get a ball. That's been a bit of a theme in this match so far in the limited frames that we've seen. 17 minutes to play. Alicia Potter first in frame 3. Ada will get to the table early.
Yellow balls in.
So he's got himself down to this last red. Gone for another double. She went for one of these earlier and got it up at the top end, but not this time. So Alicia Potter now comes to the table with 3 yellows at her mercy. Black not very far from the bottom left hand corner. And this is Alicia's route back into this match. Nicely controlled there coming out of that corner. Nothing too elaborate with this. Make sure the pot. Like if she's pinched that with a bit of bottom on the cue ball and just drag it sort of down a little bit, and you'd have been a bit straighter as well. But this for 2-1. In it goes, and Alicia Potter does pull one back and is still fighting in this match. Trails 2-1 to Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst.
Yeah, not done just yet, Alicia Potter. Heading into the 15-second shot clock zone. Now she's got one on the board. She can maybe think about starting to enjoy her day at the Q Club. She's had to wait a long time to play in this tournament. This is the final match of the opening rounds. And with that, I'm sure, comes a little bit of just performance anxiety. Get me out there, get me out there. Just a delay for the time being. Referee, I believe it's Sam Lamb in charge of things. Just having a conference with some of the tournament directors. Looks like we're okay to continue in a moment. The Challenger event well underway on the other tables here at the Q Club. You can see Gina Woodmansey, Akina Sillence, Emma Senior all in action. We saw them all in the main draw yesterday.
Frame 4. Alicia Potter to break. Frame 2 frames to 1.
The friendly sound of the 15-second shot clock
15-second shot clock.
being deployed.
Yeah, rather like a torpedo into this match, which has been played at a decent sort of pace, and players have looked comfortable and happy and like they've got time to plot their routes and pick their shots. Not anymore. We're really hoping for that one to drop. She's going to get second set here because of that. Reds aren't bad. Yellows aren't terrible either, especially if a couple of reds go down. One of these where I think if you do go for reds, you better get them, because the more you go about it, I mean, yellows are sitting if you don't get out on reds here. So big frame for Alicia Potter in particular, going first on these reds. Needs to get them. And the two at the bottom of the table are a problem. Don't know if either of them go down the table. I think she's got to try and get underneath. revving up. Well, does it go bottom left? I'm not sure it does. And if it doesn't, well, she's nowhere. Looked to play the double and has just opened everything up. I think there was a case there that even though your first shot was worse and you couldn't make the top yellow because of the couple of reds that were over pockets, I think yellows were always the better suit there. Reds at the bottom end of the table were really hard to navigate, and even if you don't have to win a frame in one visit, so if you make the assumption that you're doing it in 2 visits, one lost a turn and yellows are the best colour set anyway. I'm not just talking into the ether here, I can promise you. Tony Holgate is quiet. I can only assume because for once, very rarely, he's in agreement.
I wasn't listening to what you were saying. I know you're there and I can see your lips moving, but I'm just trying to ignore you. No, you are right, and that is true. All joking aside. That was a nice little nudge there for Aid.
Yeah, wasn't it just? Yellows look even better now. Needs to land low on one of these yellows at some point to come up the table. Ooh, there would have worked, but you got to make the plan. Because reds are okay here. I think she can snick this in.
Very thin. Cue ball will be racing up the table.
We'll miss that by a way in the end.
Well, it's going to have to be. We've lost a turn here, but you still think that Aid is the favourite in this frame.
That's a good shot, though.
Oh,
does the yellow slide by? If the yellow slides by the red bottom left, Aid's in business.
It does. Yeah, Alicia was too concentrated getting the cue ball into a decent spot at the table. The old red didn't stay covering the pocket completely.
Aid's actually played a really good shot there by being able to get on this particular yellow. It's thinner than she'd like, and it was a stretch. Is she may able to hold the cue ball? I think so. So this is thin, but worst case scenario, she should take the pocket and make it difficult for Alicia. Best case scenario, she makes it and she's on the 8 ball. How'd you like a best case scenario?
Well, yeah. I mean, she's played well.
Oh, she needs more. I think she's sort of been caught in between trying to hold it a little bit when actually there's so much room there. You're almost better off playing it firmer.
Yeah.
Come back down the table.
Well, this is tough. Cue ball's in a dodgy one as well.
Oh, what a pot. Oh, I thought she had it. I thought she had it. But no, she did not. Got to play the double here.
Which one?
The one to bottom right. Get the cue ball up the table and cover the pocket.
Don't like that shot.
No.
Aid
Doubles on
has
for
to
Aid.
now double back towards the bottom left-hand corner. Slow roll it. Not that slow.
Just needed a little bit more. Looks like Aid's not quite 100% got the pace of the table down. It's caught her out a couple of times. We might be going level here. We should be going level here.
Going to be a similar situation to the match earlier when Chloe Smithies was playing against Zoe Griffiths when they went 3-3 and it got to the last.
Selena Gublin, rather.
Oh, it was. Of course, it was. Yeah. Thank you for that. But yes, so we are 2-all.
We are indeed, and we'll get essentially a decider. 3.5 minutes. Yep. Next frame wins, basically, for Alicia Potter and Adrienne Flitcroft-Hurst. And we shall see.
Frame 5. 8 Flitcroft-Hurst to break. 2 frames all.
Oh, rips the break.
Absolute enormous break there from.
Deserved
Age.
that split. Fabulous break. Great chance to go and win the frame and win the match.
Yeah, you think
Extension called.
as she goes along and there's the extension straight away. Right, let's eke some time off this. So really, Ada want to take these out and leave nothing hardly left on the clock for Alicia to come back. Reds are in play. Left it a little bit tricky now, just bridging over the reds. Got to play the one into the centre next. Cue ball off the top rail and then probably play the red into that top left hand corner where the yellow is. Didn't hit it hard enough. Now then. That isn't great. Alicia's going to get a go. Or is she? A huge fluke there from Adrienne Flitcroft-Hurst. She's left a long red into the bottom right. Missed that one, and now Alicia Potter will get her turn and her chance. Are we going to see a bit of edge here now, as this will be the last frame? I'm certain of that. We're just under 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, so this will just, you can forget about that clock. This 15-second shot clock will still be in play for the players, but forget the match clock. This will be the last frame, the deciding one. And the winner of this frame will be back this evening to face Amy Beecham.
And it really could be either of them at this stage. Right in the balance. Oh, I don't know about that shot, Alicia. I don't know about that one. I think she's left Adrienne on the one ball that was the hardest to actually land on. Anywhere but there. Sometimes when you're thinking of sort of tactical exchanges and safety battles, good rule of thumb that I quite like. Oh, it's a bold shot.
Yeah. Oh,
Bang.
have some of that.
Have some of that. I was about to say is, what's the one thing, try and do the thing that your opponent least wants you to do. And definitely don't do the thing that they most want you to do. And that, I feel like, was what Alicia did there with that safety. Oh, Aid. From hero to zero. Don't like that shot. Is she on it to the middle?
I think she's got to go long top left. And And I think she'll have to do the same with the black ball should she get this one. That one's close.
Got it though.
That one's close.
What a shot.
Right then. Oh, she could play a double. Sort of cross double it.
Well, dramatic ending. It's 8-ball for the match. Oh,
I didn't think it went in there. I really didn't. I think Aid convinced herself it would sneak in. But she hasn't left an awful lot. I think if she's not touching that yellow, Alicia, flick off the yellow and try and leave the keyboard at the bottom. Oh, what a pot.
I don't know if she wanted to pot that.
Play the one on the rail. Seriously, play the one on the rail. Get the cue ball across over to the left hand
Yeah,
side.
it's a good, like a dump shot almost, but you develop your ball in doing so. She's chosen the attacking option.
Okay, snooker time.
Yeah. But to your point, Tony, she could have achieved a snooker and developed her good ball
Oh, she's left her.
with the last shot.
Yeah, it was
And
a
left a
2-in-1.
ball on the table as insurance as well. But now, Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst with her second match ball. And it is there. Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst goes to the last 16 with a deciding frame victory over Alicia Potter. She'll face Amy Beecham in tonight's last 16 match. Well played, Alicia. Some great moments as her experience continues to build with Ultimate Pool. As for Aid Flitcroft-Hurst, a very impressive victory. Well earned. Played some good stuff in there today, and she'll need more of that when she comes back this evening against Amy Beecham. Thank you so much, everyone, for your company. We're back with you at 6 o'clock this evening as action from the Women's Pro Cup continues with the last 16 matches later on. Bye for now. A very good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Cup. Welcome to the last 16. It's Stephen Jameson here with you. It's Tony Holgate here with you. And that is Amy Price versus Kim Beresford. Winner of this heads to the quarter-final. Amy Price coming through a match with Megan Proctor earlier on today. She played brilliantly at patches during that match. Did enough to get through a scratchy one. Kim Beresford likewise. Flashes of fantastic play. Got her way through her matchup. So it's Amy to break off. She's the seeded player as an Ultimate Pool Women's Pro. That is not the ideal start. She breaks big, does Amy Price. Issue is when she goes in off like that, she might open things up for her opponent as we bring in the one and only basher and say good evening, Mr. Tony Holgate.
Good evening, JMO. Glad to be back. Got our 4 matches tonight. This up first, going to be a very good game. Like you said, Amy was very good earlier today. In spells, Megan Proctor maybe made less mistakes than Amy, but made hers at the wrong time. Kim Beresford also flashes of brilliance, but now it's a time for no errors. And like you said, JMO, Amy Price has a very, very big break. But if it goes wrong, the balls generally are very open. And Kim Beresford is trying to take advantage of that right now. Where's that cue ball going? Has it stopped just enough so Kim can see the red? It's nearest the rail down in the corner. She doesn't have to take that one. The thing is, she doesn't want to. If she has to play the red that's next to the black, she doesn't want to be cutting it in because the white's going to go away. So if she has to play that, she play it off the yellow. But no, she can see the one nearest the cushion. Tough shot. So Amy comes to the table on yellows.
This is a real chance for Amy Price. Yellows wide in the open. A chance to put a 1 upon the scoreboards for Ames.
Amy hit that extremely hard. Yep, nicely done there by Kim. This is going to be the opening frame for Kim. In goes the black, and Kim Beresford takes the opening frame. That was down to Amy, just really trying to force that yellow in at the top of the table. Didn't need to hit it so hard. So Kim Beresford going to break, leading 1-0.
Dean Winter, 2 restarters. Kim Beresford with the break in frame number 2. Chance. Amy let slip the first frame. Tried to get a bit cheeky with a shot she was, I think, trying to pinch, or possibly just played too hard, full stop. This time doesn't need to do any of that. This is about picking this apart. I wonder if the plant's part of the plan. No, I thought it would be this. This one goes to bottom right past the red, and in doing so enables us to connect those other 2 yellows together. It's a nice little route there for Amy Price.
Yeah,
Good
not the
shot
right
here.
Yeah, not the right angle.
She's pushed it through the reds, and that's a brilliant recovery.
Yeah, very good shot from Amy. Needs to pinch this though, I think, with right hand side and try and come down on the right side of that yellow that's on the bolt line, so she can have it in the top left corner.
Slightly awkward cueing this.
Oh, it's a friendly bump there.
It certainly was. And she's on it. Leslie Davies popped her head in, which is nice to see. For an Ultimate Pool Women's #1 is Amy Price for 1-1. In it rolls. Excellent reverse clearance from Amy. Here's what we've got to look forward to tonight. Amy Price against Kim Beresford kicks us off. We'll then follow it with Lauren Proctor against Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. Leanne Cragg and Chloe Smithies both rather churned their way through their matches earlier on this afternoon. It wasn't particularly pleasant for either of them. And they'll be looking to really show what they're made of this evening. And we crown the night with a bit of Amy Beecham action. She takes on Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst in the final matchup this evening. Amy was fantastic, 6-0 winner earlier on today. Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst coming through a nervy one with Alicia Potter, but she did play well in that game. A few wrinkles to iron out. If she can do that, she can be a match for Amy Beecham. But the way Amy played, Ada will have to play exceptionally well if Amy brings that level again to get through. Ooh, now then. Amy Price jaws the reds. Bad time to miss with the table like this. Although the red has tied up a fraction by the yellow on the right side of the table. Amy's not going to put it back there, is she? Oh, yes, she is. That's less than ideal. Oh, fabulous recovery. Fabulous recovery. Stupendous.
Still work to do though. But a great cross double from Amy Price.
Won't travel too much on that occasion. Does this go all the way down to the bottom right? Is my question.
It'll certainly go off that yellow that's near that bottom right hand corner. She's looking to play this into the side rail, into the yellow, and try and slide it down into that bottom right hand corner. Decent effort, not hard enough.
Kim returns the advantage at the bottom right of the table, but whether or not it's any real advantage remains to be seen. One thing's for sure, Amy will broadly go at everything. She is about as attacking a player that there is on the Women's Pro Series. Not always to her benefit, can get her into trouble, but she's fabulous to watch. Oh, she'd have had a shot on that final red if that red had dropped, but it definitely didn't.
Mistake there from Kim. That's a wonderful shot there from Amy Price. Played to perfection. And that's just opened up this frame now for her completely. This black ball for 2-1. In it goes. Amy Price now gets herself in front. Mistake from Kim Beresford. Wonderful first red from Amy Price. And now it is Amy who leads.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Amy goes in this match, because her top level would blow Kim Beresford away if she puts it together and plays how she can. I mean, no one's capable of playing their absolute best all the time, but if she can play to her A game in this matchup, she will win. She's that good. Kim's got to try and eliminate the careless mistakes. There's sort of two categories of error in matches like these. There's ones that are completely avoidable, and then there's ones that, you know, things happen. They're tough shots or what might have you. I think she'll go pretty well if she just eliminates the real basic ones, the ones that feel avoidable, lapses in concentration or errors in judgment. She can push Amy close, put her under pressure, take her into deep water. And the pressure can do funny things. That's a beautiful break from Kim Beresford. Really, really good break. And I tell you what, if this red goes bottom left, it is as good a chance as you could possibly wish for. Brilliant break from Kim Beresford there. She's come down the table. I can only imagine that means that the red doesn't pass the yellow, otherwise you'd use it as a connector for the 8 ball, you'd think. That tells us everything we need to know. It probably now goes. She's not quite on it though. Has she got a diversion available at the top of the table, I wonder?
Yeah, I think she can get to the red at the top.
Not bad, lucky there, Kim. Developed the reds, didn't quite come out nicely for it. Wasn't really another option on at the top of the table for it.
Nice result there for Kim. Good pot. Nice little bounce off the knuckle.
Yeah, that'll do. That's nice. I don't know necessarily how much she needed to go into that red, but
No,
did.
I think she tried to come behind it, if I'm honest. But this is pretty good.
I was going to say, sometimes outcome is more important than, than anything else. It's a good example. Yeah, that's fine. 2-2 incoming. Two we go then. Kim Beresford ties things back up against Amy Price in the last 16.
And that's what we have next week here at the Q Club. Last man standing. And there they are. Those 5 will all be here, along with a very high quality field, only available to Ultimate Live members. So just go on YouTube, click on Ultimate Pool and click on Join, and you will be able to see all of that, plus so much more, including the tour events. Amy Price trying to fire back immediately after losing the last frame. Great pot there from Amy. And this looking to be a very quick fire response. Just the tap in into the middle now for Amy, black bottom right to restore her lead. This match simmering along nicely. In goes the black. Amy Price now 3-2 in front. Immediate response to Kim's last frame. There is the main arena here at the Q Club. Having a lot of fun here this weekend. Really, really good venue. Staff are great. The owners are great. And they love Ultimate Pool. Hence it's here on Monday nights as well. And TNT, currently the Champions League, will be here Monday night. Before that, got an evening's play in the Women's Pro Cup, and all tomorrow we will have the finals day, quarter, semis and final, and we will crown our champion tomorrow evening. Dry break from Kim. So What can Amy do after that quick fire dish? Can she go and repeat it once again?
That's a lovely shot from Kim Beresford. Amy, after that excellent visit in frame 5, is being stayed with most of the steps of the way by her opponent in this match, who's never let her get away. Although that isn't the ideal follow-up from Kim Beresford. And reds aren't too bad. Some point she needs to land just below where her hand was there a moment ago for those two reds. She tried to play into them. Don't know if she necessarily needed to do that. Don't think it's an awful outcome.
Does that red go? She's right next to him.
Top right.
Top right.
Yeah, that was my thinking. If it doesn't, it's awkward queuing.
Not sure she's looked.
I think she just did.
Yep.
And she's going to change her mind. Or is she? If she decided, in fact, it doesn't. Yeah, I think you'd take it now if it did. Oh, handy little bit of queuing, but not accurate enough. How's your nudge? Couldn't really be too much worse, to be honest with you, for Kim Beresford. Could have been a worse lead, but I fancy Amy to get out from here. Plant first up. Then she can work on the one to right middle. Leave herself a long 8 ball potentially. It'll go. For cut instead. Oh, easier shot. Issue is she's got to hit a gap here because she doesn't want to play the plant next. It's a pretty small window between the red and the yellow. But it's a window she's landed in perfectly. That's a good shot.
Yeah, you didn't want to be playing the plant, because the second red was going to come off the rail and go towards that top cushion. So as long as she can sneak by the first one and pot the one in the corner and screw the keyboard back. She's going with the plant.
Oh, it's a big shot if so.
It's getting on the second ball as well. No, she's not. She looked at it though.
Yeah, this is a bit smelly, but I think this is where Amy has to back a very good long pot ability. 8 ball waiting, this is cash ball in the frame. And it is not there. I think she may have even had a big pocket there as well with the presence of that yellow. She'll be disappointed with that. Okay. Nice safety.
Hand up to apologise.
She should. But can Amy get some advantage back here? It's a good hit. Well, it sounded like a good hit. Referee Dean Winter was slightly in our eye line there, I would say, but she must have made the yellow before hitting the reds, or is it? Well, we're going to have another look at this, I think.
We didn't see.
Well, we didn't see, yeah, so just another look would be great for us. We didn't see because of Dean Winter, and Dean Winter didn't see because of Dean Winter.
Yeah, Winter covered us in darkness.
Let's have another watch then of this one. Here we go then. We go again. Reload the chamber. And here it comes. This is the snooker attempt from Amy Price. Let's have another watch. I'm seeing this for the first time, so this is exciting for me. Red, yellow in. Yeah, so Dean Winters, I think, has picked up the cue ball early and was looking to replace it. And he's happy with what he's seen, so now we'll replace it on its spot. It's just a loss of turn for Amy Price. It was a good hit. I did think it was a good line before Dean Winters back blocked it.
Well, we can see exactly.
So there we go. So we'll resume from there. Dean's happy with where it was, and it's not a foul. Kim Beresford will play though. There was loss of turn from Amy Price. Dean Winter, I can tell you, came up He walked past us to view the footage again, and he made a symbol as if to say, "What have I done?" All's well that ends well, though. Right decision made by Dean Winter. Not a good shot, though, from Kim Beresford in terms of progressing forward. Can Amy Price free this red up and land herself a good cue ball? I don't think she can make it anywhere.
No, the double will go too wide.
I think she's decided that she almost wants Kim to take on the plant. Is what I can deduce from that. Either that or a very tough one up the rail.
Yeah, I've got to play up the rail first. Get the cue ball the other side of the table.
I just wonder if Amy maybe caught that a touch thin. I'm sure she didn't want to just shove the red down the rail. I think she'd rather it come more into open space. Now a bit more doubleable, though, if she wants to take that on. She won't. I think this might have been what she was looking for first time. She's looking to block
too
the 8
near
ball.
to the black ball, really. Just easy shot here for Kim, just to play the yellow nearest the cushion and just push it ever nearer towards that corner bag and leave the snooker for Amy. Yes, it's easy to get out of, but to remember she has to hit a cushion after contact. She can't just roll down the table and play that red softly. So just this near the bag. That's perfect. Now then, Amy's going to have to hit this at pace.
She clearly thinks she can go close to this.
Chances are middle and corner. Or neither if you hit the black ball.
That ball does
This time
stay
it will
up,
be a
though.
ball in hand. We won't need Dean to come and revisit the commentary box.
No, I think he got that one.
As
Very,
mu-
very good
As
referee.
much as we enjoy his company.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a very, very good referee, Dean Winter, but he is only human. Took his mistake with good grace, and so too did Kim and Amy. That isn't
Yeah,
the best shot Kim Beresford's ever played.
You want the second yellow right over the pocket, and she's played it quite a thin plant and also played it very heavily.
Well, cue ball in hand with 3 yellows on the table and all the space in the world. And I think she's in a worse position than she was when she first came to the table. This is now
a
a
gimme, and now you can't hold for the black into the middle, I don't think.
Yeah, this is tough, and she's almost guaranteed a tough 8 ball as well if she makes it.
She's not only missed, she's left the angle as well for Amy just to screw up the table. Screw into the left-hand side rail and just the cue ball goes up towards the bolt line. Well.
Is she going to get away with it?
Can't believe she missed it.
I can't believe she missed it. I can't believe she's got away with it more. I mean, how about that for a leave? I mean, that is incredible. Massive frame this. Difference between 3-all and 4-2. Oh, and Kim's gone in off. Oh, it's getting a bit daft in this frame. Just don't overthink it, Amy. I would suggest likely that goes under the category of overthinking it. And I mean,
Bad shot.
there's no
What you
other
do
way
with
to
that
frame
shot there, I mean, if you're worried about you want to get the cue ball to the left-hand side of the black ball, put it dead straight behind the red and just screw into the cushion.
She had that line at one stage.
But then knocks in that black.
Yeah, lovely recovery pot, goodness me.
Centre of the pocket.
Position's
Thanks very much.
overrated.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, they won't teach that one in textbooks, that's for sure.
Ideally, Kim would like to leave that red till last. That's near the middle bag to get on the black, and she's going to. So just drop this in, leave a little angle on the one over to the right. That's the weight. Now then, all she's got to do, she can just steer through the gap of the yellows, get the cue ball into the middle of the table. It looks a bit heavy. Oh, she's been a bit lucky there. She's been a lot lucky. That pace. Oh, but the pace has killed her this time.
Oh, Kim. It's the one thing she didn't want to happen.
All going to be about the yellow on the cushion. Does she play on it for a double? She still hasn't made her mind up. Well, gone for a safety instead. I'll tell you what, will the black go off the yellow? I think the yellow might be far enough over where it doesn't quite go into that pocket. It needs a sort of a double kiss. He's playing the double anyway. That's not him. Hubel is though. So ball in hand, Amy Price. So this black to get on the hilt for Amy Price. This is 5-2. In it goes. Amy Price one away from a place in the quarterfinals tomorrow.
I said, didn't I, earlier? Yes, I did. I said earlier that for Kim, you know, she just has to sort of hang in there a little bit and avoid really avoidable mistakes and sort of keep Amy honest and really, you know, the opportunities will come because it doesn't look like Amy's at her sort of brilliant best. I think if this goes the way it looks like it's going to, I think there might be some frustration for Kim because this match was kind of there for her.
The one in the middle where you've just got to tickle that into the middle pocket and she's sort of down very quickly and hit it too firm and snoot herself on the black. Good break. So these 2 yellows for Amy Price. It's just getting on the black ball. But the finishing line is in sight. Needs an angle on this yellow. Looks a bit straight to me. Can she pinch a bit of this pocket? Now, when we've seen players try and pitch, they seem to hit the angle of the middle. Doesn't go in. She's loading up for something.
I think Amy probably needs to get out of the habit of absolutely leathering it. And I know it's a habit you had on occasion, Mr. Tony Basher Holgate. How do you break the habit of a lifetime?
I didn't bash everything, but yeah.
That's not what I heard.
Wrong angle here for Kim, but yeah, there's a case for that. Yeah, you can play things hard, but with a bit more control. It's hello, they're both at it. It's not really good. I mean, Kim pretty much knows that the game's up anyway with what's left on the clock at 5-2 behind. But yeah, sometimes it's like when in doubt, give it a clout.
Yeah, Amy looks so much better when she's playing balls at that sort of speed. And she's obviously got loads of cue power and all the rest of it. But doesn't always necessarily have to use it. Because it also means she's got to be so accurate. Because these pockets just won't accept it unless it's right in the heart.
Well, going to get one back.
Well, Kim Beresford just about stays alive. 2 frames required in 1 minute and 50 seconds. And if she gets that, she would force a decider. That is a massive if, though. For Amy, a case of living and learning from this match. She'll go into a quarter-final. Once you're in the draw, you're in the draw, and chance to maybe make a semi, and then who knows. And that will do it. Amy Price will get over the line and will head into the quarterfinals. She will play the winner of our next matchup, which is Lauren Proctor and Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. 2 players who Amy should feel confident about competing with. And seeing the match out in control of the table. She's been enough in this match. It's not been perfect, far from it, but it has been good enough for Amy Price to go to the last 8 of the Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Cup. Kim Beresford eliminated after a really good showing as a late replacement. But as for Amy Price, her tournament really only just beginning. She's got herself into the last 8 of the Pro Cup, and we'll find out who she'll play when we come back.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hey, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Need help dripping in the kitchen sink, rust on the radiator, dirty water, cold showers, fix it fast, fix it now, handy ants are hauling tools. We are the handy ants, heating and plumbing. We are the handy ants, coming for your lease, always coming for your lease, saving the day. Handy ants, handy ants,
Ready to rumble then for our second match of the evening. Lauren Proctor in action up against Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. Race to 6, 45 minutes on the match clock. Lauren, as ever, looking delighted to be there on the big stage.
Looks like a punishment.
Absolutely locked in. It's a good opening break from Lauren as well. Really good opening break. Look how these have opened up.
Another red in the top as well, for good measure. No, actually, that's handy. It stayed there.
It is, because I think you probably want to be reds with how the yellows have unfurled.
Yeah, all the yellows.
See there on the replay there, Lauren's item was widened. She couldn't believe how many had fallen in. Just needs a little bit of figuring out this. I think if the red to the left of the table goes off the yellow. Well, she's looking at yellows.
Cue ball. It's gone.
Oh, disaster. It's a little unlucky that for me. It was quite a clever shot from Lauren to develop one of the bad yellows, back herself to make the rest of the finish work. Sophie Gibbs-Nichols has cue ball in hand anywhere on the table, and I'm really surprised she's going after the top of the table first on reds, because I think if you're reds, you've just got to hunt your problem ball there, don't you?
I agree.
Sophie's thinking slightly longer game, maybe. If that red obviously didn't go, which is probably why Lauren Proctor was influenced to take yellows in the first place. But Queen Sophie had the option to take yellows, turned them down. You have to question, when you've got two reds apparently which don't really have a home, was that the right decision? Because it gives us so little equity in the frame. Lauren Proctor wisely plays the loss of turn shot, and all of a sudden Sophie Gibbs-Nichols is bang in trouble.
Extension called.
Double kiss, so we know that wasn't where she wanted to leave the cue ball. I wonder if Lauren can have a bit of a free dip at her most difficult yellow here. You know, it's immediately a thinking. Played it a little bit more pace than I realised, and also I thought she'd try and run the cue ball forward rather than backwards, put a bit of distance between the cue ball and the reds. She's actually probably been a little fortunate that the yellows covered the 8 ball.
Well, no, the 8 ball goes in the middle.
True.
And you've got to get to the bottom of the table centrally, and she's going to have a shot at the 8 ball, leave an angle here, it comes straight down the table, and that's exactly what Sophie's done. So Sophie knows she's come between black and yellow. That's a great big gaping hole there to come down into the bottom of the table, and she'll have a black ball into the middle.
Just like that.
Yep, so this for the opener.
Yeah, just a slight error in decision there for me from Lauren. And he's not going to cost it. Not for now, at least.
Didn't expect that. Sophie normally very good at those sort of just tight roll-ins into the middles. Just got to cue it in.
Ball snooker on the 8 ball, achieved by Lauren. Good chance she'll be back. Oh, Sophie misses that by a whisker.
Pulling up.
So cue ball in hand for Lauren, and she doesn't necessarily have to go at this visit. She could look to do him in a couple. There's a problem to be solved, of course. There's 2 yellows on the bottom cushion. What's really important here is just to have clarity of thought. Really commit to your decisions. She does have an extension. That's not to use it. In slightly rushing the shot there, gets a cannon wrong. Now we'll look to tuck up. Again, similar to what we just saw with Kim Beresford not that long ago. I feel like Lauren's come to the table with cue ball in hand there, and actually in the end has made her own situation worse. I think that was probably largely to do with just slightly rushing and not using her extension.
Time.
She will get another opportunity though. It's a better shot. Downside, of course, in playing very similar shots time and time again is Sophie Gibbs-Nichols has had a little bit of time now to dial herself in to the rails and how they're playing. So one cushion escapes aren't really going to cut it much longer for Lauren Proctor. Oh, and that definitely won't cut it. Chance for Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. Good shot from Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. Goes 1-0 in front. That's a frame that I think, if you're Lauren Proctor, you would prefer not to dwell too much on.
Frame 2. Sophie Gibbs-Nichols to break. Leading 1 frame to 0.
Decent break there for Sophie. Bit of a cluster there on the left-hand side. As if she could play that red that's near the left-hand middle off the yellow and kick out the other one, which she's looking at taking yellows themselves.
Yellow balls in play.
Surely has to come down, play the yellow at the bottom into the bottom right-hand corner, bring the cue ball up into the cluster. Well, that might be okay because those 3 balls by the middle bag are a plant. Not only that, you can force the yellow you hit on that plant into the middle of the table as well. I don't know why she's going into them. And there's still a plant, but they were a plant before.
Is that red going to be a rescuer for Lauren Proctor? I don't think so.
Well, nice cut into the corner from Sophie, but not a happy landing. Well, loss of turn played, but there is an easy safety for Lauren. Got a good weight on that red. Blocked Sophie Gibbs-Nichols from seeing the potting angle. Well, made the pot, wasn't intending to bump into that yellow, but it's worked out well for Lauren. Did raise her hand there as by way of an apology. Didn't mean to get there like that, but not good for Lauren again. She's just missed the red, so it's going to be a cut back into the middle here for Sophie. And that could not have been played any better by Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. So this black for 2-0. And would you believe it? Some of the misses have been quite extraordinary, I have to say.
It's been a funny old day for it. It really has been. Lauren Proctor makes it 1-1. She capitalises on a big Sophie Gibbs-Nichols miss.
It was straight. Laura missed one before as well. Something in the water?
Oh, I don't know. It's been a weird day in terms of that. Sometimes you just got to call it as it is, and it's not been particularly great fare today. There's been a few good performances, notably Amy Beecham, who in particular was terrific, but that stands out a mile, to be honest with you. Yeah, there's been some really good players play today, who've just not been anywhere near as good as they can be. Sophie to the table. So a shade under half an hour to go. One each.
Sophie will need to pick herself up off the floor after that last frame. The dish here would certainly do that for Sophie. You watch her pop balls like that and you just wonder how she managed to miss that black. It's incredible. But she's not been alone today, as JMO said. There's been a few bizarre misses from some very good players.
Lauren Proctor 2 shots away from a 2-1 lead. That's nicely played. Oh, she's missed it. Oh, no.
It's like you can't take your eyes off it because you're waiting to see what goes wrong next.
I mean, that's an extraordinary miss from Lauren. As someone who is, you know, Lauren's is a potter, do you know what I mean? She's got really good,
Very good player.
sort of steady cue action, excellent long potting, all the rest of it. How on earth has she contrived to miss that? Just so surprised. Oh, and it is catching. This 8-ball once again for Lauren Proctor. In it goes. That was... Well, that was a frame that happened. She can smile now. She wasn't smiling after that first miss on the 8-ball. That is sheer relief for Lauren Proctor. Slightly less for Sophie Gibbs-Nichols, you would say. Tale of two players right there, if ever there was. 2-1.
Frame 4. Sophie Gibbs-Nichols to break. Trailing 2 frames to 1.
Just takes one of them to try and get some sort of consistency at the table, and the chances are you could stretch away into a decent lead. And that was some distance away. Whether she tried to play off that yellow, I don't know, but I'll give her the benefit of the doubt.
Foul. All in hand.
Play that one well, Lauren. And is Lauren Proctor going to get a grip of this match? This for 3-1.
Oh,
And no is the answer to that question.
played 3 really good shots, and you just thought, okay, the wave
They've done
has
it so often
subsided.
now. They've done it so often now. When it's an important shot, they're actually thinking they're going to do it. And if you think you're going to miss, you're going to miss. And when you're in that sort of lull, on top of that, everything looks difficult. Negative thoughts are in the mind with most shots you play. And that's prime example there. Exhibit 1.
I think there's been a few more exhibits than
Yeah,
one.
there has. It's exhibit 24. Now can Lauren get... I don't think she can see enough of the putting angle here. And she'll go off the bottom rail, send it up the table. The only good thing there for Sophie is that plant is dead set. So she's only got to hit the left hand yellow there, and the other one will definitely go in. And I think at this stage you should take it on. This is tough in the grand scheme of things. However, she's knocked that one in. And this is the thing, they're knocking the balls you think that are quite tough and they're missing really easy ones. It is bizarre. And like you said, these players are not bad pool players. They're good pool players that they're playing badly.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, what does Sophie do here? Does she just stop the white dead and just leave the cut into the corner? Or does she try and pull the cue ball up and me get an easier black, or try and come off the rail and come out?
That's confident.
That's better.
Yeah.
More like it from Sophie.
And this 8-ball is unmissable. 2-2. And I really, really hope that yellow that Sophie's just pumped in there with confidence, with good technique, with authority. Just hope that can settle whatever is kind of going on for her in this match, because she's played nowhere near the level that we've seen Sophie Gibbs-Nichols can play. But like,
She's an international with loads of experience, and I've seen her play. I saw her
she's
play
such
one England
a
match.
good player.
She's the best player on both teams, and that was against France in a group match last year, I think, in Ireland, and she was fantastic. Didn't miss a ball, you know. So and this is on the TV as well. So she's played loads on the TV. I don't know what it is. It'd be interesting to find out.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out she has not been the only one. It has been like a contagion that has swept through the day.
We're in double figures.
Lovely break from Lauren. Took a little bit off that by the looks of it to me. Don't think she'll top that break that she had in frame one. That was a belter. And Sophie build on what was a positive ending to the previous frame. Send up an apology. That was a miss that has been translated into a pot. Excellent cut. Keywell's going to stay up.
Well then, nice flick into that yellow there for Lauren. Couple of choices here. Oh, that's unreal. She moves right off that one. She's about to talk through the next shot.
Sophie Gibbs-Nichols with a big chance to take the lead here. So lost turn first.
I think Lauren's got half a chance here.
Back to back loss of turns.
Yeah, she puts her hand up to apologise, but I wouldn't because she just left her reds open.
Yeah, I don't think Sophie will mind too much with the shot she's just been left. Not what Lauren was intending. And this absolutely has to be 3-2 from here.
Has she come up far enough? I don't think she has. I don't think there's any pocket to borrow there to get the cue ball down. But she'll know better than me. She stood up in the arena.
Extension called.
It'd be enough just to get to right on the edge of the middle bag. Yeah, she's going to play this now. the chime to signal 15-second shot clock is now in operation. I'm sure will please both players. We're going to see the mistakes more frequently.
Well, they're probably thinking, after a very, very twitchy, edgy affair, that the introduction of a 15-second shot clock is the one thing they didn't want to happen.
Might help them. Having said that, Sophie Gibbs-Nichols, who's just played a perfect shot here, and now she's going to have this black ball into the middle pocket to just edge out in front at the right time. And it goes. Sophie Gibbs-Nichols 3-2 in front against Lauren Proctor. 9 minutes 3 seconds left on the match clock. I'll tell you what, you can't predict anything in this match.
Frame 6. Sophie Gibbs-Nichols to break. Leading 3 frames to 2.
Dry break for Sophie.
Extension call. Red balls in play.
Can Lauren Proctor find something with 8 minutes to go here? There's your answer. It wasn't really on. She's not in a terrible position if she gets back to the table, though. That is an if. Oh, Sophie's completely miscued. Just completely miscued. Can Lauren Proctor capitalise? Not sure. That appears at first glance to be very, very thin to me. Just waits her turn.
This is a huge frame now for Lauren Proctor. Has to win it. Well, lots of turn shots, so Sophie Gibbs-Nichols now. Yellows are there to get a 4-2 lead. Easy starter in the middle. In it goes. Now if she can just hold herself together for these 5 yellows in the black ball, she will have 1 foot in the quarterfinals. Dangerous shot here because the cue ball will be going into the black ball. Oh, she's not gone for it, but she's played too far down the table. Having said that, because the cue ball's stuck to the rail, to try and pot that red into the top right hand corner, you're going to go straight in off in the middle. Hence Lauren has come round to try and play it out of her snooker, and she's got it. Oh, but where's the cue ball gone? And just on top of everything else, she plays a wonderful shot to knock that in. And then Lady Luck deserts her on top. And that's not a great shot there from Sophie. Even wanted the cue ball way over to the right to be able to play that in the middle. Gone for a long plant. Not got it. Can Lauren Proctor cut this back into the corner, or will it be a double? But this has been, from start to finish, this match, it's been incredible.
Nailed it.
She's only got it. Where's the cue ball again? It is 3 each.
She's nailed the double. I sort of thought she would. It's been that sort of game. Just felt like it was almost nailed on that she'd make this. She nailed a brilliant double actually in the Women's Champions League earlier on this year. That was another very good one. And we are 3-all with 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Well, this is the one frame decider, there's no question.
Absolutely.
Or will somebody come on, break a dish or break dry, reverse dish? I'm not convinced.
Safe to say it would be a departure.
Frame 7. Lauren Proctor to break. 3 frames all.
So Lauren Proctor gets first chance in the decider. Can she buck the trend? Can she defy convention in this game and get out in one visit and punch her ticket to the quarterfinals?
Well, she'll be saving the best till last.
Well, if we were watching Lauren Proctor normally, I'd say she's got a good chance here. It's not been a normal display from either herself or Sophie
No.
here.
We'll say it again, they're very talented players. There's no question. But it's like one started doing it, then the other followed, and it's continued that theme.
That was really tight. Really tight. Does Sophie have the 3-ball plan? If she does, I don't know if she's getting better on that particular shot. She might think the same about these two. Needed to play that off the red, and barely flicking it. Hasn't opened up that yellow at all. Reminder, this will be the concluding frame. No 6 red shootouts in this event. So we will just play to a finish in this frame. One of these two will win it, and they will go at the quarterfinals.
Right, this is your 3-ball plant. It's all about the yellow she's about to strike. Will it come out? It will. Now they're there. But they've been there a few times for both players.
Yeah, haven't they just? Oh, wow.
To be fair, she wasn't really on the next ball anyway.
It's a bit more like it from Lauren Proctor.
Time to let the arm go. Okay, lost a turn here, flicking off the red, cue ball into the yellow.
Extension call.
Well, we know this is definitely the last frame.
It certainly is.
Bad shot. Went to play safe. Well, don't know where you're going to get safe there, really. Where's Lauren done? What she's done? Cue ball again towards the bag. Very gentle roll in the middle here. If she can get that and plonk the cue ball between those two reds, there's nothing to do. Gone too far. Bridging over now, having to cut the red in the corner.
Yeah, bridging's the big thing here.
I think she's
difficult.
Probably going to bump into the red coming back. The other, oh, she missed.
Great snooker.
Oh. Well, it's been from start to finish, pretty much. Now, a rare sort of monster shot here and there, but it has been a war of attrition, to say the least.
It's not a bad response from Sophie. Gets the hit and leaves the cue ball down the other end of the table.
It's 50-50 who comes over the line here. 2 balls each.
We have got some serious fun and games here. Do you know what this is like, Tanya? I know you're an Arrows man. This is like 2 players locked on double one. These two are in the madhouse. Who can break clear? Who can find the moment? feels like a gamble, that shot from Lauren. She's left a wide open pot to left centre. So if she's turning it down, doesn't think she can get on the other yellow. Plays a snooker instead, wants that to stay up. Oh, Sophie. Oh, that's such a loose shot. This has to be the winning moment for Lauren Proctor. Oh, that was tight.
I mean, you can't even confidently say it's over.
Oh, it's a testing 8-ball. Nothing is over until it's over in this match. Lauren Proctor to finish it. And it jaws.
Well, Sophie's got to play the double. Have to play the double with the yellow to the right. If you knock it in, you're on the other yellow.
Oh, and the other one gets in the way.
Snooker?
Is she going to be saved?
No.
She isn't. And Lauren Proctor will go to the quarterfinals. What a bonkers game. Got the sense that whoever lost that match would be really, really disappointed, and I'm sure Sophie will be. Because goodness me, the pair of them had so many opportunities to change that match's outcome. But in the end, it finishes, and it finishes with Lauren Proctor on top by 4 frames to 3. 2 more matches to come tonight. Next up is Leanne Cragg. She's in action against Chloe Smithies before Amy Beecham takes the table. That's next.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Need help dripping in the kitchen sink, rust on the radiator, dirty water, cold showers, fix it fast, fix it now, handy ants are hauling tools. We are the handy ants, heating and plumbing. We are the handy ants, coming for your lease, always coming for your lease, saving the day. Handy ants, handy ants, handy ants.
This is TV Diet Coke.
Very well, welcome back, everybody. You're watching the Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Cup. Leanne Cragg and Chloe Smithies, the next to take to the stage for a spot in the quarterfinals. Both these two won through earlier on. They were both, as well, nowhere near their best. Funny old matches, the pair of them. They both played challenger players that they were both heavily fancied to beat. They just got dragged into a bit of a sort of, similar to our last match, a bit of a war of attrition. Chloe, the type of player who will go for pretty much everything. Did have one of the moments today earlier on as well, with an excellent finish to tie things up at 3 each in the last 5 minutes. Massive booming kick shot length of the table. Blew a kiss to her supporters after that as well. It's a lovely pot. I think she's slightly higher than she wanted to be. May be able to recover the situation. She can sort of hold on this yellow to right centre. It's a delicate drop in. Or goes all the way the other way. And leaves it long. Oh, a little unlucky. It was a good effort.
Yeah, big pot of Chloe. And that was hit pretty well. It's just the pace kept it out of the pocket. So Leanne Cragg got this red into the centre pocket. I think she just rolled this one in at the top into left-hand corner. She's going to connect into that yellow, but she gets it, hits it in the middle of that yellow. It would sort of double kiss it back out and land. Maybe just pinch it a little bit. Go past the yellow and into that gap. And that's a bit unlucky there. Going to have to come downstairs now, Leanne. Huge pot there from Chloe. Middle jaw helped position as well. And a miss straight after. Already it's starting to feel a little bit like the last match.
Don't say that.
That's a decent position now for Leanne. Get rid of these two reds at the top. Just drop the one in down the bottom and she'll be on the black into the middle. So nothing to do with the cue ball here for Leanne. Concentrate on the pot. In it goes. And this should be okay. Just play this in very softly. In it goes, and now Leanne Cragg to take the opening frame. In goes the black ball, and Leanne Cragg does clear up. Second attempt. And leads 1-0. That should give her a little lift. Chloe Big pot, followed by missing an easy one. Absolute booming break from Chloe Smithies. Well, yellows immediately catch the eye. This is Chloe's strength. If she can get into her flow, she really is a tremendous potter. And if Leanne can build on the confidence of winning the first round, we could have a really good match here. It does have that potential. Bridge hand a long way away from the cue ball. Very nice shot. Right at the end, Chloe misses the long yellow into the corner. Trying to pinch a bit there because she wanted to hold on the black. She could have played it the other way, just screwed across and had the black in the other middle.
Could have come out nicer for Leanne Cragg. That's a good shot, confident shot. And this visit should give Leanne Cragg a lot of confidence. You know, completely natural to get this frame won, and should do from here. And this would be the sort of finish that can just get your game going, especially going 2-0 up.
Looking a bit more like it for Leanne. Got that clearance to the last frame, so obviously gives her a bit of confidence. She wasn't at it earlier today, but got through. But this is a lot more like the Leanne Cragg we are used to seeing. Slow down.
Just pulled up in time. I think she tried to stun above that 8 ball. That's the only explanation I can think for playing it so hard.
Not so sure, but It's a very quick table, we know that out there in that arena, a lot faster than the other tables. So this for 2-0. In it goes.
Yeah, well done. Good visit from Leanne Cragg. More like it in this match for sure. These two players. A little bit of a patchy start from Chloe Smithies, but some good moments too. And has looked composed.
Break, please. Yeah, close the break. Leave 2 frames to nil.
It's a decent break from Leanne Cragg. What she got for us in this frame. Reds don't look too bad. Yellows also look okay. And I think with where the cue balls landed, you sort of got to take the yellows.
I prefer yellows. That one wiped its feet. I don't think if it had that nudge, then that cue ball was going in the middle bag. It's fairly thin cut into the left-hand centre now for Leanne. Be a bit mindful of that cue ball sailing up the table. Off the yellow. And this time she does go in off. That's not ideal for Chloe.
No, needed to land in the gap of those two reds. Can still play one, but she's going away from her work here. Yeah, tried to play it way too straight.
And this is a great chance now for Leanne to get to 3-0. I think if you take the long yellow first, it's fairly simple.
Yeah, right choice of shot. I like
Yep.
that.
Take the long yellow, and now these four and the black all in the same little area of the table. Put this one below the black, screw back. Don't want to connect into the 8 ball here. Come past that she has. So if she'd have flicked into it, you could have flicked it underneath the other yellow and then caused a problem for herself. That's perfect. That should be frame ball really for Leanne.
Yeah, she's looked sharp.
Yeah, definitely. After the first couple of shots at the start of the first frame, then she got that finish clear up. Did it again, frame 2, and now she's going to punish Chloe Smithies once again. And is certainly looking the more composed out of the two players thus far. That's nicely judged. And this simple 8-ball for Leanne Cragg to stride into a 3-0 lead. And it's looking good for Leanne. In it goes.
Yeah, really good. Played 15 minutes. Leanne 3-0 in front. And has looked fairly clinical, to be honest with you. Much more like the sort of standard we thought we'd see tonight. And it's just taken a while to warm up, but Leanne proving that there's life in this night for us just yet.
She coughed and spluttered through her afternoon match, did Leanne. Got over the line, did what she had to do. But it's all about turning up tonight and producing, you know, a more polished performance.
Yeah,
and she's delivered that so far.
Yeah, completely. And I do think, you know, I'm sure, you know, this is a universal experience. I'm sure in your time, Tony, you know, you'd have been drawn, you know, in matches in early rounds against, you know, particularly when you were in your absolute pomp, that you'd have been drawn in early rounds against players that you probably knew, I cannot physically lose to this player. I could play with my feet and I'd probably win. I think that's exactly what Leanne thought earlier on, by the way, but to my point. And it probably does impact your overall game a bit, doesn't it? It can drag it down sometimes, and you can get bogged down into sort of lack of concentration and all those sorts of things. What do you reckon? You're making faces at me, so I don't know.
Do I agree with that? I'm not so sure. I mean, if I did have somebody that was, let's just say, wasn't playing particularly well, you know, I was quite happy, and I could completely, you know, just release the arm and go. And I tended to play quite well against them. It's when somebody actually played well against me, I didn't particularly like it.
So actually, when you sort of that confidence that it gave you that you could actually relax was a better thing for you.
It was for me, but I do get it. But it can happen. Well, I did tell you that story when I won the Cliffs Classic years ago in Blackpool, and I returned the following year, massive tournament, to defend it, and lost to a man that was on holiday with his family in the first round. I'll tell you this.
That's so brave of you to tell that story on air.
It was only best of 5. And the first frame, I was on halfway through a dish, and I potted the ball, kicked the pack up and knocked the black in the middle. And then I went in off the black in a second. I was 2-0 down. I got back to 2-all, and he's absolutely fluked about 4 balls out of all sorts of snookers, cleared up. I'm out of the tournament. He was actually wearing a T-shirt with "Life's a Beach" on the front. And he went, and this is a God's honest truth, he wandered off with his wife and children to go onto the beach because he's on holiday, and never returned to play his second round.
It's one of my all-time favourite Tony Holgate stories, that, and that is some league table, by the way. But I love that story so much. I didn't think you'd ever say it on air, but I'm so pleased that you did.
It's a true story.
I know.
And the worst thing is that back in the days, if somebody was about to, you know, they were about to lose to somebody that was, let's say, not very clever, the vultures would appear in the last frame by your table. You knew you were in trouble when there was only a handful of people watching your game, and all of a sudden you've got 50. And all they want to do is see you lose, and it's great.
I was going to say, I bet you hated it when it happened to you, but I bet you were one of the people who joined in the fun and games when it's happening to someone else.
You must be absolutely joking. I was on the beach trying to find him. Still in my waistcoat and bow tie. On a donkey.
Oh, Chloe Smithies almost pulls off something pretty spectacular.
What do you think, Leanne? If you play a little snooker up here, but then what value? I think this is good. I think she wants to force Chloe to play the red at the bottom of the table. has, but come across the other side. Didn't want that double kiss. Chloe needs to pot this red, but needs to just clip into the one below it. And she's okay. So, should be 3-1 now. Cue ball a little bit too far. Was she playing the top, or was she just go for the cut in the middle? I think she's going long. She likes a long pot, does Chloe. Just seemed very quick as she struck that. So this is where Leanne wants to be clinical now. Punish that one. Well, she's going to run into these two yellows above the one she's about to pot into the middle. It's just how she pushes them apart, because she has to land on one of them. Don't want to play this too firm, but firmer than that. If it's touching, it'll be handy, and it is. That gives a little bit of relief for Leanne, because now all she's got to do is concentrating. Just hits a cushion. She plays away from each other, but just to guide the cue ball into a place where Chloe can't see that black ball. Is that too hard? It is. Chloe knocks in the black and trails now 3 frames to 1. This is what we have next week. The last man standing.
I can't wait.
Awesome.
Should be really fun. Surprises, massive names, fun and games. With one of the highlights of the year, the last man standing. Really, really looking forward to that weekend. You can join Simon Webb, Tony Holgate, Nick Finn, live from the Q Club next weekend. Two players start, only one will remain. It's winner stays on all weekend long. Previous winners include Thomas Cousins, Joshua Kane, Philip Harrison, I think I'm forgetting one, and I believe it's Neil Raybone. Could be wrong. I think this is the 5th iteration. I think Neil was beaten by Josh Kane. I think it's the 4th. It's the 4th last man standing, so...
Josh Kane won it without only playing one match.
He did. The ultimate free roll.
A bit too far down the table here. This is going to take some shifting with the cue ball.
Oh, she's got a shot. These are the sorts of shots that Chloe Smithies tends to rifle in. I thought she was going one-handed for a second.
Only
there.
bail. Well, she went, took it off the ready. She fluked it.
She wanted to. Well, that whole little 10-minute section was all a bit bizarre, really. Chloe Smithies seeing the funny side of it. Slightly careless shot from Leanne, but I don't think it will impact her too much.
You're looking up there to see if it's a tiny bit of that black ball stuck out. Wouldn't take much of a bend.
I can confirm.
The other option is to go into just before the right hand middle bag.
Well, thankfully, Chloe Smithies has confirmed it for us that she can't see it. So, jaws it!
Oh!
Oh, wow, great effort.
Oh, never.
Don't get much closer than this.
That was good, that was. I'm going to let you try and do it again.
Enjoying listening to the players here. That was good, that was. I'm going to let you try and do it again.
Are you not entertained?
Gladiator style. This one a bit easier though, straight across.
I never thought I'd have an answer to the question. What have Chloe Smithies and Russell Crowe got in common? But now I do.
They were both in Neighbours.
Ah, yes, that'll be it. Yeah, correct. Good shot from the end. She should be able to get herself out from here.
Ooh, this isn't easy at all.
Good shot.
That's a really good shot. That was a hard shot, especially when you consider your opponent's got the black over the pocket. Well, that will be number 2 for Chloe. In goes the black ball, 3-2 now. She's been left with 2 tap-ins in that same corner pocket now, Chloe Smithies.
Chloe Smithies there with a glass of Diet Coke. In fact, it's such good Diet Coke, she's inclined to say cheers. of Chloe Smithy's considerable jokes aside, there's a match to be won here. 15 minutes left, 3-2. Leanne has been the better player in this match so far, but Chloe has hung in there. I mean, does that yellow pass the red along the top cushion? She must think it does. Oh, so I don't really see too much of a benefit in going. I mean, it goes top left, but can you get a cue ball in there? I suppose we might find out. 3 yellows, all deal with themselves easily enough. A ball smack bang in the middle of the table. What do you do about that one at the top? Well, here's your answer. I think she's perfect for what she wants to do. It's pretty good, you know.
How's that? As long as she's not glued to that red.
Fair play, Leanne.
Oh, touching ball, but she can just guide the cue ball away from that red. Enough.
Oh, and snook it on the 8. That's tough. She really came very close there to pulling out a very, very good finish. Well.
Wow.
Would you believe it? Chloe Smithies has her head in her hands. Leanne Cragg can't wait to see this one back. Would you believe it?
That is in 2 weeks' time. We are back up to Bolton. Bolton Wanderers Football Club for the Ultimate Pool Series.
Yeah, we'll see all those fine faces. Tommy Jones, Vicky Lomax, Tom Cousins. That's young Lucas Jaram, who was one of the Next Gen winners. Matty Coates, who took down the disability title. Alison Sherratt, who is the Women's Challenger, big winner.
Yeah, from Cornwall, young Mr. Jaram. One of my old Cornish teammates' son.
I was going to say, son was the word I was waiting for there. It was one of your teammates. He's aged well.
Yeah. No, Ben Jaram. Hello to Ben if you're watching. And he'll be back up to Bolton. Yeah, got a good youth team down in Cornwall. Got good. All teams are good down in Cornwall, to be fair to them. Very well run county indeed. Good seniors team there. Graham Taylor, hello to him. He's in the England seniors team. He'll be off to Morocco in September. And his wife Louise, hello to her. He's one of the main organisers of the Cornwall County setup. Well, a roll of the dice by Chloe Smithies. There's half a chance here for Leanne. And a real chance now for Leanne Cragg to get herself on the hill, 5-2. It's that red in the middle of the table. Could be awkward to get on. So 15 seconds of shot coming up. I think if you're the player in front going into this, I think you're a real big favourite, because it can get very nerve-wracking out there, especially when you don't have much time. All mistakes creep in, so it's good to have them on the board. We wanted to nudge into that red ball that's just below the yellow. Going for a plant, he's missed it. So now another bite of the cherry for Leanne. Wants to slow down, and it's not. Very clever little shot there by Leanne. Nice touch.
Extension.
Can't afford to give away ball in hand here, Chloe. It will be the end of this frame if she does. And that doesn't look very good news. Found a way through every gap on the table, and it will be ball in hand now to Leanne Cragg. And the Craggonaut has a fantastic chance here. Get on the hill and get 1 foot into tomorrow's quarter-final. It's got the wrong angle here, really. Just drop this in. Yeah, she tried to pinch a bit of the pocket there. Surprised. Big let off for Chloe.
Can she capitalise on it, though, is the big question for Chloe Smithies. Not with that shot.
Well, I think she'll get to the one at the top.
It's a bit more like it. She is very fun, isn't she, Chloe Smithies? Sea ball, pot ball.
Yeah, she don't hang about.
I know we're on a 15-second shot clock, but we've not even got close to hearing the beep. She
No.
could be playing on a 5-second shot clock on this visit.
Everything gets hit with some conviction as well.
That was a lovely little out from Chloe Smithies. 4-3, game on.
Yeah.
With less than 6.5 minutes to go.
Leanne will be fuming there, because that was an absolute golden opportunity to pretty much put this to bed.
Yeah, difference between 5-2 and 4-3. Enormous. At this stage of the match, will the Craganaut live to regret it? Booming break from the one they call the nutcase. Chloe Smithies has fired right into gear, and just as I say that,
You knew that was going to happen.
I should have said nothing.
I'm sure everybody at home also has the same feeling.
Thanks, Tony.
And you know I love you. Well, Leanne Cragg, at the second time of asking, she had a brilliant chance in the last frame, and equally another one now. Needs to get the cue ball far enough over, sort of where her hand is, so she has an angle to get down on the black, and it's the wrong side again.
Yeah, tap of the table from Leanne. Needs to play either a big shot now or a big shot next, potentially both.
That's a huge shot.
Oh, how's you leave? Leanne Cragg,
is an
that is
absolute
stunning.
monster pot and position. I thought this will
Stunning.
spit out the middle. Not a chance of it. What a pot and what position for Leanne Cragg. This for 5-3. On the hill she goes, and I'll tell you what, you deserve it just for that shot to get on the black. Brilliant from Leanne
Yeah,
Cragg.
I think that shot of the day.
I think it's shot of the whole weekend.
Yeah, very possibly. Considering the circumstances and everything else, and then just considering the pure execution required from Leanne, that was a little bit special to pull that out. Could and maybe should be a match winner.
We had to get round the back of the yellow at the top, off the 2-3 rails, and then come through the gap of the other yellows. Fabulous. And keep the, because you've got to hit it hard and keep the ball into that middle pocket as well at the same time. Fabulous.
Very, very good. Chloe Smithies has shown that if she gets opportunities, she can play very quickly. She needs to rattle off 2 frames pronto if she is to take this to a decider.
Yeah, Leanne wants the ball, she gets the ball. And I'm sure with her experience, she'll get that extension called very quickly.
She's not landing on anything though.
No, definitely going to call the extension then. Didn't call it, surprised. Especially when you know how fast that Chloe can play and how quick she can rifle finishes in.
Oh. I'm a little surprised she took that one on. I know she doesn't mind distance, but felt like there was... She could have stayed in the middle of the table and got herself closer.
For a fleeting second,
Oh,
I think Chloe was about to offer the hand then. And then she'll, no, there's still time.
Oh, there definitely is now. Don't get me wrong, it needs to be an all-star finish, but... not to be. Just gave herself too much to do. Didn't need to give herself that really difficult shot there. Could have worked it a little bit better. All very critical. She's playing super quickly and trying to force something. But
Yeah, Leanne must have forgot about that extension just to use it to wipe some time off the board.
Oh. Well, that should be that. If Leanne remembers her extension, I think it genuinely will be that.
Absolutely.
And she's been good in this game, Leanne Cragg. Started really, really well. Had a bit of a wobble in the sort of middle frames, if you like, but really showed her class when it counted the most. The little finish to take it to 5-3 was top quality. I don't know. I feel like Chloe Smithies might have a swing at an 8-ball and maybe half a chance to do something mad. Oh, we won't get that far.
Snooking out for Leanne. Nope. Still no extension. Not going to matter now.
No, not with a minute left. Oh, that double was close. Great effort, but not to be. And Leanne Cragg will be a quarter-finalist. She will face the winner of our last 16 match coming up, which is Amy Beecham versus Adrienne Flitcroft-Hurst. And Leanne will need to play this well again, and maybe beyond that if she's to go deep in this tournament. But it was much more like it from the Craganaut, who wins her last 16 bout and heads to the quarter-finals. Leanne Cragg 5-3 over Chloe Smithies. We've got one more match to bring you tonight, and it should be a good one as well, particularly if Amy Beecham is in the form that she showed earlier today. She takes on Adrienne Flitcroft-Hurst, who herself played really nicely in her last 32 game. That match is coming up next.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hey, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Need help dripping in the kitchen sink, rust on the radiator, dirty water, cold showers, fix it fast, fix it now, handy ants are hauling tools. We are the handy ants, heating and plumbing. We are the handy ants, coming for your lease, always coming for your lease, saving the day. Handy ants, handy ants, handy ants.
Frame one. Maybe a bit towards the break.
And we are officially underway in our final match of the evening. The eagle-eyed amongst you might have spotted me making my way through the shot a moment ago. Just a quick refreshment before our final match of the evening. It's Amy first to the table in frame number one. She was in imperious form earlier on.
Extension called.
And if she can repeat that trick, she'll be very, very tough to stop for anybody in this match. It's a really nice first shot. Key for champs in this visit will be landing nicely on the yellow by the 8 ball. It does go. Doesn't have to develop it, I don't think. Won't want to if she can avoid it. This will require careful cue ball. I'm actually going to get rid of this one a little early. I don't think this was plan A, but I like the fact she's got rid of it. Had a big pocket to use if she needed it. And she looks sharp, Chance. Just those little touches. Taking that pot on, for example, and just nailing it. Really good sign early on in this last 16 contest. But you make that one and then miss that one. How does that work? She'll be disappointed with that, will Amy? Adrian played pretty well in her match earlier on. Tried to utilise the big pocket herself, but played a good cue ball as well. And just a loss of turn is A-OK with aids. Amy in a bit of bother. About to say a review of Aid's performance earlier on. It was solid. Some good, some bad. Aid had a catch up with her afterwards. She said just struggled a little bit with the pace of the table. Sometimes she was short, sometimes she was long. Didn't quite dial that in. Was actually in pretty close proximity to Amy Beecham at the time, and she said, I hope you do that later on then. So far, no false notes from Adrian. She's got Amy locked up here, who is being punished heavily for that earlier miss. Aid will at some point have to do something about the red on the right side. She does have pretty considerable equity in the frame though. She's got far more on the table compared to Amy, so she's in no rush, nor should she be. She needs to keep manoeuvring her balls into beneficial positions, and all the while continuing to snooker Amy Beecham, which is just irritating, champs, I'm sure. Cue ball in hand. Now then, Aid, do you go?
Foul. Ball in hand. Time running.
Nice. Executed really well. Took a time to just line that one up, but nicely executed from Aid, and she should go 1-0 up here. And this is what she has to do. Can't necessarily rely on Amy making loads of mistakes, especially if she plays as well as she did earlier. But if Amy does, Aid has to be there to punish, and that is that is a sick landing for her. She got a lot of action on that cue ball to get it into the middle of the table, and that's pretty much the only place on the table she wouldn't have a pot on. How was your leave there? Tony Holgate back with me, and you're puffing out your cheeks watching that one as well.
Yeah, disaster to land there for Aid. Got to hit one, but you can't afford to leave sight of anything for Amy. And a miscue as well, stretching over. Ball in hand, Amy Beecham should come down here, play the yellow that's just above the black into the middle. Simple stuff now for Amy. Wrap up this first frame. And she's dodged a bullet here at the start of this match. When you get chances against this lady, you've got to put them away, because they don't always come around that often. So, simple 8 ball. Amy Beecham, 1 up.
So mentioned in that frame that if Ada is to pull this one off, it would be a massive win for her were she to do so. If she is to take her place in the quarterfinals, she really has to capitalise on every single Amy Beecham mistake.
Frame 2.
And that wasn't an example of doing that.
Trailing 1 frame to 0.
A long way to go though. 45 minutes were placed on the match clock. Still a race to 6.
A lovely break there from Ada, nothing at all going.
Yeah, it's a lovely break as well. That's exactly what Amy Beecham is thinking too.
Came a bit wide there. Little look up to the heavens. Still feel she's going to have to play a thin cut with that yellow at the top. Can't leave it there. Overcut it.
Nice shot from Ada. I actually think has started quite well. Looked sharp and focused. The error she made in the last frame wasn't a massive one at all. She was a bit unlucky more than anything else. If she can find herself in position to punish Amy for her mistake here, it'll be 1-1, and Amy will have made more mistakes. And Ada will be right in this.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, isn't it just?
Got the red over the middle. It's getting on the next ball that's the problem for Aid.
Oh, yeah, that sound says it all, really. Just do a recreation for you, Tony. Ah! And it all came from actually being tight on the cushion. She doesn't want to play that with top. And she can't really afford to smash it into the pocket to try and widen the angle. Tough leave, really, for Aid Flitcroft-Hurst that. We're talking fine margins. Sometimes that's all it does be.
Drop the one down the rail into the corner. No. Well, an unexpected miss there from Amy. And likewise from Aid. Annoyed again there, Amy. She wanted to be high side of this yellow into the middle. So, yellow down at the rail. That's where she wants the cue ball. She wants to go a couple of ball widths down, just to make that black ball a little bit easier along the bottom rail. Played that nicely. So, this 8 ball for Amy Beecham to go 2-0 up. She's actually looking to think, if I play this a bit firmer and maybe miss it, where will I leave the cue ball afterwards, where Aid can't have a clear pot. And she has missed it by a fair distance. I think she got that in her mind then, that she was going to miss it. But getting this safe is a problem in itself.
Even though we've still got over half an hour left, it feels like a very big frame, this.
Screen the cue ball out. Oh, did not want to screw it into there. So a tap in black is going to be left for Amy Beecham to go 2 up.
Yeah, I mean, that'll do it. 2-0. An 8 ball Amy could have made with her nose if she needed to. .31 minutes and change remaining in this match. There is a lot of time on the board for Adrian to get herself back into it. Just needs to not lose heart, particularly at this stage of the game. Could easily be 2-0 up. Don't dwell on that. Amy Meacham ready to break for frame number 3. Excellent break. Heard from Amy earlier that she was taking a bit off the break at the moment as she looks to control that cue ball. Certainly you can see power is no issue for her. 11 of the 15 balls north of the centre pockets. Not one of them in a requisite pocket. So Adrian gets first shot. And it's reds. Now, can she drift onto the right side of the table and get rid of that slightly problematic red? I'm not sure she can. I think she's a fraction short. She was a bit straight on that red. Can reroute here.
Try and come off the 2 cushions here and back to where she was. Needs to be very precise.
Yeah, and awkward cueing as well.
Mini cue extension there for Aid.
Needs that to keep travelling.
Ooh. The problem for Amy is obviously you've got the 2 yellows there, top of the table. It's just the one on the right stuck behind the red. I'm not sure if she can play and pop the clear one and then nudge the other out. She's tried it, it's actually made it a bit worse. But she could maybe roll the one into the top left and play a double, which is, looks like it might be slightly big pocket into the middle. Or is she going to try and move it here? Digging. She is. How's it going to land? Horribly. Or is there some stuck out? Trying to bend around a bit where she got contact onto it. Aid will come to the table. big pocket in that left-hand centre for Aid. I'm sure she'll want to come a bit further here, so it's an easier shot, but she can still play it. The yellow just above the red will hold the cue ball. A recheck. Gets it on the last red. It's not an easy shot to punch that cue ball out, get past that yellow at the top, but still come down the line to be left side of the black. I think she's going to top it through off 2 cushions. And that's as good as she can do. It's black for 2-1.
I feel like Aid just said it for us there. I believe I heard in my ear, "Oh, Jesus." Which roughly translates to, "Oh, no."
Doesn't want to be straight. Oh, and that is straight. I think with this one, I'd dig it off the bottom rail into the side rail and come out way left on the left-hand side of the table. Not the slow roll. She played the slow roll braver than me, because you're always going to leave a very thin cut here. I didn't fancy this one. Got to kill that cue ball. Gonna dink it. Load the left-hand side. Cue balls frighteningly close to that middle bag. But it is 3-0 Amy Beecham. Well, don't help with that one there for Aid. Nothing easy for Amy here, though.
I think this is a good education on the importance of those early frames. Amy getting a nose in front, doubling and then trebling down. And you can just see Aid's really started this match with a lot of confidence and purpose. It's eked away a fraction. It's a lovely double. That's a lovely double. Well, this will be some way to get it back. Ooh, I think she really wanted to hold on that yellow. Trouble abounds. It's an excellent shot from Champs. Still some work here though for Amy.
Yeah, and a bit of a stretch. Could see a double here. Not sure she'll entertain that plant at the top. Unless you get through to the one nearest the bag. I like the double here. Cubo's got a natural angle to go all the way round and up the table.
It certainly did, but you got to make it. It stays up.
Oh, I can't believe that miss from Amy. This is not the Amy that played earlier today. Nowhere near it.
It's a good pot. She's travelled a fraction far with the cue ball.
Fraction.
This went from being unmissable after that pot goes in to being edgy again. Shot to make here for Aid. And she's made it. Another one to make.
A little bit careful when cutting this into the middle.
Yellow in middle pocket.
Yeah, cue ball going into that yellow. If you hit that half ball, it will go straight into that centre bag. You don't want to be digging it either.
Yeah, she's just come around to look at that.
Yeah. Went for the double.
Oh, I think was scared of the in off and didn't feel like she had enough time to quite work it out.
No. Oh, look where the black's gone. That's just stopped Champs getting all the way down the table for the one in the middle. No man's land. Could be another double effort, or she's going to go for the long yellow into the corner and try and screw the cue ball back. Can she see it? Having to bend it. And surely this time Amy Beecham should get over the line. It's been a bit of a frame of pull, this. Littered with errors. So this black for Amy Beecham to go 4-0 up. It's certainly not been vintage Amy. In goes the black. And Amy Beecham is now 4-0 up. The Aid has had a host of chances. Well, she didn't take anything off that break. Slam them. Can she cut the red in at the top and bring that cue ball through the gap of those yellows and just nudge red and yellow apart in the middle of the table there? She has. How's the land? Nope. Red over the left-hand middle. Black ball's now the main problem. She could get some sort of angle on this one in the middle. Dropping the gap of those two yellows that are just below the left-hand centre. Play the plant into the middle and screw the cue ball into the black and yellow. Hammered that one into the pocket. Now then, she can play that red up into the top right. What if she get the cue right up in the air and try and come back and push that black out? Good effort. Well, does the black pass into the bottom left? Maybe we should have a look. I don't think it does. Oh my word, what a shot from Amy Beecham. Out of absolutely nowhere. Didn't even think she had enough to see if that black to make that shot. Two ball cannon and flew it into the middle. What a shot, and a smile on Amy's face.
Load that replay. They all want to see it.
Zay's looking up. She wants to see it. And just look at this from Amy Beecham.
Wow.
Incredible shot. Puts her on the hill. Well, going to need a frame every 2 minutes now. His aid at 5 down. And that could be that on reds. Reds, well, I'll tell you what, you can even make a case for yellows, but that's probably one of Aid's best splits on a break all night. Not made a ball. And just look at the reaction. Just not been her night tonight. As we go into the last 10 minutes at 15 seconds a shot, it's not going to matter. I think Amy, well, she should clear these up and finish this match off and book her place as the last quarter finalist. Would have loved to get a lot nearer that red ball. Cue doesn't want to go behind that jaw, and I'll tell you what, it has. Gonna have to play off the top red. Try and kick the other one in. Cue ball is going to be dangerously close to that top corner. It's not going to get there, but it had the bang on angle. Hit with more pace. Aid wants to get one on the board. She's not going to have enough time to get to 5.
No. Aid will be disappointed with this, and I think the biggest way that disappointment will manifest is probably the fact that she was right in the match in the early going and it just slipped away from her.
Plenty of chances. She's had plenty.
Yeah, of course she has. Just think back to that. I think it was the first frame where she hooked herself after playing a really nice finish, and if she hadn't have done that, who knows where this match ends up. But I think as soon as Amy hit 3-0, the confidence really was a bit knocked, and it's just sort of spiraled from there. Amy Beecham should get the job done here and send us all home for tea.
Yes, pot this in the middle and try and kick the other one out. Can't you just tickle that one into the middle now? Hold the cue ball. She can. Doesn't want to go on the cush. Okay though. Play it half ball. As long as she doesn't go too far up the table, she'll leave herself a black into the bottom right. And that is not where she wanted to be.
Wow.
Incredible.
Can she end it in style? No. Not this time.
Yeah, that was bad from Amy there.
Yeah, sloppy one from Champs.
Sorry, that shouldn't have gone in. Shouldn't have gone in, sorry.
Aids referring to that shot and saying that shouldn't have gone in. Don't know about that. That definitely shouldn't have, though. Feel like Aids almost talked herself out of that finish.